Let's go on the record. This is an evidentiary hearing before the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission in a cause docketed before the commission as cause number 46171, captioned as the petition of the City of Anderson, Indiana, for authority to 1, issue long-term debt to finance water system improvements, and 2, adjust its rates and charges. Notice of the time and place of the hearing was given as provided by law by publication in Marion County in the Indianapolis Star on April 4, 2025, and in Madison County in the Elwood Call Leader on April 9, 2025, and the Herald Bulletin on April 4, 2025. These are newspapers of general circulation, and the publications were made at least 10 days prior to the date of this evidentiary hearing. The proofs of publication of the notices have been received by the Commission and are now incorporated into the record of this cause by reference and placed in the official files of the Commission. Notice has also been given to the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor and other interested parties. May we have appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Appearing on behalf of petitioner, the City of Anderson, Indiana, Nikki Schultz and Jacob Antrim of the law firm Bose, McKinney & Evans, Indianapolis.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the public, Dan LeVay and Victor Peters of the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor.
Thank you. Will all of those witnesses that are here today that are expected to testify please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will provide today will be the truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Schultz, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we call our first witness, we will offer into evidence the following exhibits. Petitioner's Exhibit 4, which is the direct testimony of Mark Beauchamp, and attachments MCB1 through MCB4. Petitioner's Exhibit 5, which is the verified petition of the City of Anderson, and Petitioner's Exhibit 6, which is petitioner's response to the May 16th, 2025 presiding officer's docket entry questions.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor, and witnesses have been waived as to those exhibits.
Thank you. Then petitioner's Exhibits 4, 5, and 6 are admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, Anderson calls Neil McKee to the stand. Good morning, Mr. McKee. I'm going to ask you to make sure that the green light is on the microphone in front of you, and when you speak into it, you want to really, really get very close to it so that we can make sure that our court reporter hears.
Green light is on.
Much closer. Very good. Could you please state your name for the record?
Neil McKee,
Mr. McKee, by whom and in what capacity are you employed?
City of Anderson,
How long have you held that position?
9 years.
Okay. Mr. McKee, do you have in front of you two documents, the first of which has been marked for identification purposes as Petitioner's Exhibit 1, the direct testimony of Neil L. McKee, and the attachments NLM1 and NLM2?
Yes.
Okay. Was that testimony written by you or on your behalf?
Yes.
And do you have any additions or corrections to that direct testimony?
I had a correction.
Okay. And do you have a pen with you?
Page 19, line 12.
Okay. Do you have a pen with you on the stand?
I do.
All right. What I'd like you to do, Mr. McKee, is take the court reporter's copy, and you said we're turning to page 19.
Yes.
Okay. And what line?
12.
Line 12. Okay. What is your correction?
On line 12, the sentence reads, "and leaks in Anderson's drinking water wells." I believe that should be distribution system.
Okay. So on the court reporter's copy, Mr. McKee, please take your pen, cross through the word wells on line 12. And then above that, write in the words that you wanted to substitute, which I believe was water distribution system. And when you're finished, would you put your initials beside your corrections? Great. Do you have any other additions or corrections to your direct testimony?
No.
And if I were to ask you the questions in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same with that correction?
Yes.
Okay. And now, Mr. McKee, I'd like you to turn to the other document that is before you, which should have been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 1R. Do you have that document in front of you?
Yes.
And is that the rebuttal testimony of Neil McKee and attachments NLM 1R and NLM 2R?
Yes.
Was this testimony written by you or at your direction?
Yes.
And do you have any additions or corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
No.
Okay. If I were to ask you the questions contained in your rebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, we'll offer into evidence what has been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 1 and Exhibit 1R.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then petitioners 1 and 1R are admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is tendered for cross.
Thank you. Mr. LeVay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McKee, I'm Dan LeVay. I'm with the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor. Mr. McKee, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some questions. If I speak too fast, the court reporter will be appreciated if you ask me to repeat myself and slow down. And if you have any trouble, if you need clarification on the question, please let me know.
Okay.
Mr. McKee, when did you begin working for Anderson?
February of 2016.
Okay, so the beginning of 2016. Could you go to page 5 of your case-in-chief testimony?
Okay.
In that testimony, you indicate that Lafayette, currently the Lafayette plant has a capacity of 10 MGD, and the Willard plant has a capacity of 4.5 MGD. Do you see that in your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And just to start off, MGD stands for what?
Million gallons per day.
Okay. And Mr. McKee, what was the source for the capacity amount of 4.5 MGD?
It's well water at the Wheeler Rail Field.
Okay, but what were you relying on to say that was the capacity?
Our normal pumpage for the day on a daily basis from our treatment plant and our SCADA system.
Okay, it's fair to say that's a statistic that you know that the capacity is that a rated capacity? Is there some determination, or is that just a function of your knowledge of the plant?
Yeah, that's a peak day. That's what the plant can do.
Is 4.5?
Yes.
Have you ever seen a reference to 4.7 million gallons per day for the Wheeler plant?
It could have been at a different time, but at the time I did this testimony, that was what it was.
How often does that change, the capacity?
It can could on a daily basis if a well goes down, if we have some kind of maintenance problem, long-term problem with our source of supply. There's a lot of factors that can go into that, so it could change fairly often.
Okay, so, but the 4.5, was that based on, is that the usual capacity for the Wheeler plant?
At that time, it would have been, yes.
Okay, is that the case now, today?
Today, no, it is not.
Okay. Now, at the beginning of your testimony, that you said that your testimony would be the same today as when you filed this testimony. That's not something that is worthy of changing, then?
If you wanted current today statistics,
That wasn't my question. My question was, is that something that is worth changing in your testimony?
yes, yes, it would be,
so-
because today it's a different number than it was when I did this testimony.
Okay, but when you filed your testimony and when you offered your testimony just a few minutes ago, you're asking the commission to rely on this information, are you not?
Yes, because that's what was in my testimony. But if someone asked me, "What is your capacity today?" I would give the number for today.
Was the capacity, that was the capacity of December 5th, 2024. What was the capacity as of, let's say, October of 2024? Was it a different capacity?
It could have been, I mean, depending on what was going on at the time. If there was, well, like I said, wells down, problems in the raw water lines, in the well field. It's kind of it's a moving number.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. Let's go off the record for a moment. No, it's fine. Go ahead and proceed, and we'll address it when we need to. Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. LeVay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McKee, what I've put in front of you is the pre-filed direct testimony exhibits from your testimony, your direct testimony in cause number 46087. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Could you go to page 12 of your testimony? In this document. And Mr. McKee, before you do that, we acknowledge that the cover sheet of this document, so I'll ask you to turn back to the cover sheet, was filed with the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission on October 28th, 2024?
Yes.
Okay. And that's roughly when you completed this testimony?
Yes.
So on page 12, let's go to, I think, line 17. And this is, you're referring to the disputed area in this case, correct?
Yes.
And the hearing's been held in this case?
Yes.
And you're waiting for an order?
That's correct.
Anderson, at line 16, Anderson also has the capacity to serve the area. Okay? Now, when you use the word has the capacity to serve the area, were you speaking in the present tense?
Yes.
For example, Anderson currently has 14 MGD in capacity with a max day of 13.1 MGD and a daily average of 10.5 MGD. Now, would you agree that your testimony in this case, 46171, you're indicating a total capacity of 14.5 MGD?
Yes.
And this, you're indicating that you have a capacity in present tense of 14 MGD. Can you tell me what's different? Why there's a difference in these two representations?
Yes. We had a well taken out of service due to PFAS hitting the highest level of PFAS, and so our Rainy 4 well was taken offline, which lowered that number. And these are peak numbers. They're not firm capacity numbers, which which IDEM has you take your highest high service, your highest well out of service, and then calculate that. These are peak numbers.
Okay, so if I understand, you had a well taken out of service because of PFAS. Now, when you say it was taken out of service, you chose to take it out of service.
We did, yes.
Okay. And because of changing that well being taken out of service, your capacity went from 14 to 14.5 MGD?
Oh, no.
You do realize that the number in
Yes,
the later testimony is a higher number. So can you explain that?
I'm sorry, no. That well wasn't taken out until later in November or December. But it doesn't, it can still change over time. So between October and of this, when I did this, and then when I did my testimony, my next testimony, there could have been a multitude of reasons why we were pumping more or pumping less. We could have brought wells that were offline, online. There's just a lot of reasons why it could have changed.
Well, you weren't representing, Mr. McKee, what you were pumping. You were representing what your capacity was, correct?
Yes, but I get those numbers from actual pumping numbers. You can say that a treatment plant can do 14 million, but the reality is, what can it do? What it's designed to do and what it can do are two different things.
Okay, so when you made your representation, you say you let me back up. You said you base your representations about capacity based on what you're actually pumping?
Yeah, what the plant can actually do.
Well, okay, but what the plant can actually do and what you're actually pumping are not the same thing, are they?
Well, there's a difference between the design capacity and what the well field and plant can do together. And so, and those numbers are typically different. If you have a brand new plant, brand new wells, those kind of things, you can expect that it's going to do what it was designed to do, but it's not always the same.
Well, Mr. McKee, you're not saying that in one case you gave a firm capacity and in another case you gave a rated capacity, are you?
No, these are the capacities that at the time that's what they were.
Are you done with your answer, Mr. McKee?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, there was not any change between when you said it was a 14 MGD capacity and 14.5 MGD capacity.
No massive changes, but in my memory, there could have been something going on in those months between October and the time that I did the next testimony that would have caused that to be different.
Can you give me an example of what kind of thing would cause a number to go from 14 MGD to 14.5 MGD as far as your capacity?
Yes, we could have had a well out. We could have had a raw water line issue. We could have had any other issues prior to that, to this testimony that made it lower. And then after the testimony, sometime in that 7-8 months or whatever it was, we got that fixed or rectified and brought that well back online or fixed that issue that could have caused that number to go up.
Okay. Now it says additionally at line 18, Anderson currently has approximately 1 MGD of available capacity even on a max day. What was your max day at that time? And if I'm correct, you're just subtracting 13.1 MGD from 14 MGD.
Yes, that's why I use the word approximately, because, I mean, most of the numbers you put in here would be approximately. If you went and turned on every well and every high service pump today, it may look different tomorrow if you did the same thing. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's the way it works. Yes, this 1 million gallon was the difference between that 14 and that 13.1, which is really 900,000 roughly.
How do you determine your max day?
The max day is calculated and on our monthly operating reports, and then that is put into another spreadsheet at the end of the day so that we can, at the end of the year, we can go back and look and see what our max day was for that year. Because as I said earlier about the firm capacity calculations that IDEM requires, you need to know your 5 highest days pumping in the past 2 years. And so it's kind of a rolling, like a rolling calculation that you do, so.
Okay, and so your max day of 13.1, that's not going to be the max day 2 years from now, right? It'll be something else?
It's possible it could be something else, yes.
Well, it would have to be something else unless you had the extraordinary coincidence of the exact same max days in the subsequent years, correct?
Sure, but you could have multiple 13.1, so I guess I want to make sure I'm clear on that too. When you're putting your 5 highest days in those last 2 years, 3 or 4 of those 5 could be the exact same number, just maybe different months or different days.
But that would be a coincidence?
It could be, yeah. It would probably be a coincidence. I would agree with that.
But I mean, you're not going to use the same data days that you used to calculate the 13.1 2 years from now. You're going to look at different days, correct?
Yes, sir. It would be different.
Okay. Now, in cause number 46087, does your testimony or representation of 14 million gallons per day include the 6 million gallons a day of capacity you're adding at the Lafayette plant?
It does not.
does the 14.5 million gallons per day that you've represented in this case include the 6 million gallons per day that you will be adding to the Lafayette plant?
It does not. I'd like to explain, can I expand on that answer?
Well, have you completely answered my question?
Well,
Which question are you going to be expanding on?
you said treatment plant, right? It is
No, I
the
did
6
not-
million gallon in a treatment plant. The treatment plant's far different than the well field. So you can expand a treatment plant to 6 million gallons a day. Doesn't mean you're going to treat 6 million gallons a day because it's all determined by how much source water you're bringing into the plant to be treated. So just want to make sure there's clarification of when someone says your plant, you can do 6 million gallons more a day. No, it depends on, how many wells you have coming in there, what their capacity is. That's what really will determine what your effluent's going to be.
Well, Mr. McKee, you are adding the 2 Fuller wells to the Lafayette treatment plant, correct?
Yes,
And those are adding a total of 4 million gallons per day of capacity, correct?
yes, those wells will be able to do approximately 4 million gallons a day.
Okay. And so currently, or what you are proposing to build is a plant that will have a capacity of 16 million gallons per day. And you're going to have a well field that cannot supply 16 million gallons per day at a firm or rated capacity of those wells, correct?
That's true. However, when you're upgrading a plant that's already upgradable, so you have built a plant that you've put piping in, you've put knockouts in the wall for future filters, those kind of things. Just the sheer cost of bringing in contractors to come and just put one filter in and one raw water line and everything that goes along with that doesn't make sense to do. If you're going to do an upgrade in that plant and you know you're going to need future capacity, when you bring that contractor in, you're going to have them do the entire, if it was 10 million, it can go up to 14 million, you're going to do 14 million. Just because just cost alone is going to make more sense to do it that way.
You say 14 million, it's actually you've upgraded to 16 million gallons per day, correct?
The peak capacity, yes.
And right now, you don't have the wells that will allow you to reach that peak capacity, and you gave that explanation. But
Yes.
again, you've agreed with that, correct?
Yes.
And is it, in order to utilize all 16 million gallons per day of that capacity at the plant, you would need to put more wells in that well field, or more wells to serve the Lafayette water treatment plant, correct?
Yes.
And you have the capability to do that, do you not?
We have the capability to add additional raw water in the Lafayette well field. How much is the question? Our hydrogeologists have done study out there. We have issues already with what we're pumping now from that well field. In the past year, we've had to replace at least 5 residential wells because over time you're just lowering that, especially during drought conditions and things like that, that can make a difference. You're lowering the water table in that area. Those wells are spread out over a large area, and the aquifer is a large area, but we're a significant user, and so we're constantly pumping hard from that well field. And just like anything else, it changes over time. What looks good today, and everybody says it looks pretty good, that we're going to have a lot of water coming out of there. When you have drought conditions that are extended, which we've had, you can have issues that will cause problems for other users in that area, and that's what's happened. And so we have to be careful. It's not that we can't get anything, but we have to be more careful about where we put them and how many we put. And we'll determine that. Our hydrogeologist will help us determine that when its time comes.
Your Honor, may I ask the court reporter to read the question back?
Let's take a 5-minute break. Yes. Okay. 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 That's okay. Okay, let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Following up on that, are you suggesting that you would not be able to add wells that would allow you to fully utilize the capacity of your filters at the Lafayette treatment plant?
No, not at all. What I'm saying is, based on what our hydrogeologist has told us and has reported to us, and my own knowledge of what's gone on in that well field, we will have to be careful about where we put the new wells, how many we put them, how many we put in that well field, and we'll have to rely on our hydrogeologist to tell us at the time where those need to go and how many we can do.
Are you proceeding to follow through on that and establish other locations for additional wells?
Yes, absolutely.
And it is not uncommon practice for utilities to have greater well capacity than the capacity of the treatment plant, correct?
No, that is not uncommon.
And that would mean that if you had a well out of service, you would be able to maximize the treatment plant, that would not be the bottleneck, correct?
Yes, but there are other factors. I mean, there could be your raw water lines, for instance. You can put a lot of wells in a well field, but over time, the raw water lines that bring that water to the plant were most likely installed at the time you started drilling wells, which in our case would have been in the 60s. And so they were sized for the number of wells that were put in that area. When I say, and I've said this about other things, there's a lot of factors involved. It's true with this too. Raw water lines can be undersized just due to the time, how much time has gone by since you've initially started drilling those wells. And that's the case in our well field as well. So it's something else that we're going to have to look at in the future. Is replacing those lines. If we're going to continue to drill out there, we're going to have a way to get it to the plant.
Well, would you build another water treatment plant because you would avoid the cost of expanding the size of raw water lines?
Would we, can I ask, clarifying, can you clarify that?
Well, let me
for me?
restate the question.
Okay.
Would replace having what is the cost of replacing raw water lines?
That's probably a question better for our engineer, because it depends on size, location, easements. There's just a lot of factors that go into the cost of laying raw water main, same as distribution line.
Well, have you asked your engineer to make that determination?
We have had a study done by our hydraulic modeling company that I think I believe our engineer will cover this as well. But we had one done in that well field, and it does show that we are going to need to do some upgrades on those lines because you can have a 4 million gallon a day well, but if you got 4 or 5 wells on that same line, it's like putting a bowling ball through a Coke bottle. You can't do it.
Okay, but the question, the cost, was the cost evaluated by your engineer?
It has not been evaluated as of yet, but we did have the hydraulic modeler do the study for us.
And the result of that study is not that you're not going to be able to add wells to your Lafayette treatment plant, correct?
We will be able to add them, but it'll have to be looked at by our hydrogeologist to see what effects that's going to have on surrounding wells, depending on the location.
So you have not made that determination yet, correct?
We have not.
Okay. Mr. McKee, would you go to page 1 of your rebuttal testimony? Mr. McKee, one of the purposes of the rebuttal testimony was to explain why the OUCC erroneously claims that Anderson does not have an asset management plan, including a water main replacement plan. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were sent a data request asking where the OECC claimed Anderson does not have an asset management plan. Do you recall that data request?
I do not.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, let's go off the record for a moment. let's go back on the record.
Mr. McKee, you have what's in front of you, what's been marked as cross-examination Exhibit 2, which is the City of Anderson's response to data request set number 3. And
Your Honor, may I ask a clarifying question? I think the question propounded was whether the witness has in front of him a data response to set 3, and I think perhaps counsel may have meant to say 13.
did.
Thank you.
And before I have you look at cross-examination Exhibit 2, which is set 13-1 is a data request. I want to clarify that for the record. But you could also go to page 11 of your testimony, rebuttal testimony. And the question was, do you agree with the OUCC's claim that Anderson does not have an asset management plan? That's the question you asked yourself in this part of your rebuttal testimony?
Excuse me, where's that at?
I'm sorry, it's on page 11 of your rebuttal testimony. Line 10, question number 17.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. The question was, that you asked yourself was, do you agree with the OUCC's claim that Anderson does not have an asset management plan? Okay. Now, first of all, my question that we propounded to you in cross-examination Exhibit 2, which is OUC, the response to question 13-1, which asked you to identify by line and page number where the OUCC claimed Anderson does not have an asset management plan. See that part of the question?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'll ask you to go to Mr. Park's testimony where you say it, he did that. And your response was, see page 25, line 4 of Mr. Park's testimony, which can be read to imply that Anderson does not have an asset management plan. I won't read the entire answer that you gave. But can you go to that page of Mr. Park's testimony?
Yes.
And does Mr. Parks actually say that you don't have an asset management plan?
He does not say it, but I believe it was implied just because we did not present it.
Okay, well, to say that you did not present an asset management plan, how does that imply that you don't have one?
Well, and the statement itself, too, is a little misrepresented because Mr. Parks came to visit us at our office, and I sat down with him and spent over an hour showing him, where some of these documents and some of these this information for our asset management plan is located. Showed him our ticket management work order system, or GIS mapping, and so to me that's why I said that is because he did see it. He did see parts of it the day that he was there. Well,
Is that to suggest you've not assembled an asset management plan correct?
We have assembled one. They're in different parts of our system. Is there one written document that tells you where all those things are at? There is not, but all the aspects of that plan is in the areas that we have, that I think we have submitted to the OUCC as well.
Well, now, What's your understanding of the word present?
My understanding is if someone shows me something, they've presented it to me. Or if they've given me something, they presented it to me.
Well, Mr. Parks is talking about, the OEC's case is responding to your case, correct?
Yes.
Is the things you showed Mr. Parks in evidence today?
No.
Does the commission have those things before it in which to base a decision?
They have been notified that those pieces exist. They have been shown to Mr. Parks when he came.
I'm asking you about the question about the commission. Are
Your
those
Honor.
things?
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that counsel allow the witness to answer before he talks over him, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please ask your question, Mr. LeVay.
Thank you. Well, you would agree that your asset management plan is not in your case in chief, correct?
Restate that question, please.
Your asset management plan is not included in your case in chief.
It is included in our testimony. I know we have referenced it in testimony. We have shown it to Mr. Parks when he came to our building. We have shown pieces of that. There's no written document, like I stated earlier.
Well, if we can look at the response that you attached to your testimony, your rebuttal testimony, at the beginning of this case, you were asked to provide a copy of the asset management plan. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, counsel. Could I ask, Your Honor, where are we referencing?
We're referencing the attachment NLM-2R, which is the very last page of your rebuttal testimony in this case.
Sorry, I'm having trouble finding it.
Mr. McKee, are you looking at your rebuttal testimony?
Testimony. It's just direct. And I'm sorry, can you give me that reference again?
Yes, it's the
NLM.
-2R, which is the last, I believe the last page of your rebuttal testimony attachments.
Yes, I'm there. So can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, the question was, reference petitioner's Exhibit 4, page 7, lines 7 through 9. Please provide a copy of the asset management plan. Now, what you've attached is the second supplemental response. Do you recall what the first response was?
I do not.
But you're offering this or attaching this to your testimony to show that Mr. Parks is incorrect, that you did not present an asset management plan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. From looking at this supplemental response, does this indicate that anything was provided to the OUCC in response to this Q1-9?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, well, from this response, will you acknowledge that nothing was provided in response to our request to provide a copy of the asset management plan.
I believe that when Mr. Parks visited us, he was shown pieces of the asset management plan.
Well, that's your belief. But the question was about this data request response. I'm asking to acknowledge that in response to this first set of data requests, question 1-9, nothing was provided as indicated in the second supplemental response.
There was no written document provided.
Okay, was there an oral response to this question 1-9 that was timely and accompanied this second supplemental response?
No.
Okay. Can you go to the, Your Honor, I'd like to offer cross-examination exhibits 1 and 2.
Any
No.
objections?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Then OUCC cross-examination exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the settlement agreement that was reached in cause number 44510?
Yes.
Okay, and that settlement agreement, or that order was issued March 4th, 2015, and you began working for the utility at what time?
February of 2016.
Okay, so within 12 months of the order being issued, you were working for the utility.
Yes.
Okay, and were you responsible for complying with any of the terms of the agreement?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if the agreement required anything with respect to an asset management plan?
Yes.
I've placed a copy of this order in front of you, or I believe I have. I'll ask, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's go off the record for a moment. Let's go back on the record.
Mr. McKee, I'm going to ask you to go to what's been marked as cross-examination Exhibit 3. And that's the order of the commission issued in cause number 44510, issued on March 4th, 2015, that we were discussing a moment ago. And I'll ask you to go to page 6. And at line E, asset management, it reads, as part of or in connection with its strategic planning activities, Anderson will, within 18 months of the final order in this cause, establish an asset management team to develop a written asset management plan. Okay, do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said your asset management plan is is in GIS, it's in parts, correct?
Yes.
Do you have a document that says asset management plan?
We do not have a written document. We have written, and we have a list of our assets and ages and those type of things in other documents, part of the asset management plan. We do not have one written asset management document.
Okay. And do you have a document that says this is an asset management plan and references all the parts of it?
No.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer new evidence cross-examination, Exhibit 3.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then OUCC cross-examination Exhibit 3 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. One of the things that Anderson was tasked with under that order in the last rate case was to make some progress with its lost water. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Has Anderson made progress with its lost water?
The lost water has stayed fairly steady, which is not uncommon in the utility business, water utility business.
Well, you've got Mr. Park's testimony in front of you, and he has some attachments. And could I ask you to go to JTP 3? It is, I'm sorry. Can I ask you to go to JTP 3, page 2 of 5 of Mr. Park's attachments? Do you think it's useless to attempt to mitigate lost water?
No, I do not think it's useless.
Okay. If you look at page 2 of 5, I think through 2023, would you agree that those are the actual lost water for Anderson from the years 2009 through 2023?
I would say no, not, I mean, I got there in 2016, so just getting there, getting a handle on what's been reported, how it's been reported, those kind of things, in my professional opinion, it takes a little while to get a grasp on how it was being reported before, if I was even calculating it correctly, and those kind of things. So, you know, I would say after a few years, we probably had a pretty good handle on how the numbers that we were getting and the accuracy of those numbers.
So, okay, but those numbers are the numbers, albeit you think they are perhaps inaccurate?
I would say after the first couple of years, like I said, I can't speak for how it was calculated before me, and then just getting a grasp on you know, number one, water sold, is that those numbers accurate? And so you work with a lot of people to figure out where you are on as far as reporting it, and so it could take a little time to determine if everything that's being reported to you and you're using is accurate.
Mr. McKee, I'm just trying to establish that these numbers, 2009 through 2023, are historical reporting of unaccounted for water or lost water, correct?
Yes.
Now, if these numbers are accurate, and you said you couldn't speak to the accuracy of these numbers a moment ago, would you agree that before 2018, none of these amounts were over 30% as far as these historical representations?
I want to clarify, I said that I couldn't speak to the accuracy before I came to Anderson. Just want to clarify that. And then the answer to your question is, yes, I mean, 2016 and 17, to me, like I said, in my professional opinion, it takes at least a few years to kind of get a handle on the data that you're getting and where those numbers are coming from, and, you know, to be able to calculate it correctly.
Mr. McKee, and Your Honor, may I ask the commission to instruct the witness to just answer the question that's asked?
Your Honor, I think the witness is doing his level best to answer the question.
Well, Your Honor, if I may reply, the question was, before 2018, were all of these numbers below 30? And that's a simple yes or no question.
Okay. Mr. McKee, if you'll just listen to the question and answer it as best as you can.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. LeVay.
Thank you, Your Honor. And when was the first increase over 30, according to this historical information?
2018.
Okay. And has it steadily increased since 2018 from 30?
Yes.
Okay. You began this by saying it's been steady. It hasn't been steady. It's increased significantly, has it not?
Well, the reported numbers are within 4 to 5%. I mean, when I say steady, it's not the same number, and it's never going to be the same number year to year, even month to month. You can do 12-month rolling non-revenue water, and you can have a high month and a low month. So I guess I was generalizing to say we're in the 30s, and it's pretty. I mean, the number's pretty much the same.
Do you think a 24% is the same as a 39%? Pretty much the same?
No, but you're going back prior to when I was there, so I can't answer that question. I don't know how that was calculated and who did it. And
well, that was before you got there. After
Yes,
you got there,
absolutely.
It was 29.9% for 2016, correct?
Yes,
That was when you were there.
yes, and that would have been using numbers from 2015, which I was not there.
Okay. And then in 2017, when you were there, it was 22.9. Is it your testimony today that 22.9 and 37% are pretty much the same number?
No, what I'm saying is, and I think I answered this earlier, or tried to, you know, it takes a little while to get a grasp on the data and who's given it to you and if, whether it's accurate or not. I'm just saying that number could have been skewed some just based on where those numbers came from and who was giving them to you. And
When did you get a grasp on the data?
I just said usually takes a couple of years, and you start getting a good grasp of if the numbers you're getting are correct.
Okay, so a couple of years. You started in 2016 in the beginning of the year. So would you say your numbers you got a good grasp of it by 2018?
Yes.
Okay, so in 2018 the number is 30.6%, and the number you're proceeding with in terms of planning for capacity is 39%. Correct?
Can you restate that question?
Well, as far as your planned capacity, you're assuming that you're going to maintain a lost water amount of 39% per year. Correct?
No, I'm not assuming that we're going to continue at 39%. We're going to be working on other projects that we hope will help us lower those numbers.
I'm not saying that you're not going to be trying to attack lost water, but for purposes of planning for your capacity and your proposal to build a south side water treatment plant, you're assuming that you're going to continue to have lost water at 39%, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So starting in 2018, when you got a good grasp on the numbers, it has risen from 30.6% to 39.5% in 2022, and a slight dip in 37% in 2023, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So to what do you attribute the increase in unaccounted for water?
Aging infrastructure. It's a 70 to 100-year-old system. Doesn't surprise me that we would have each year that we would have higher numbers, but sometimes it can dip down just based on how many leaks you fixed in that year. If you found larger leaks in areas that may have been getting away into a sewer or something like that, which is possible. So it doesn't surprise me that it continues to go up just based on the age of the system.
Okay. What other municipal water utilities have you worked with to figure out how they're addressing their unaccounted for water?
Worked 16 years with Indiana American Water, and a few other in between. To answer your question, you want to know who I worked for?
No, I wanted to know who you've been working with as far as other cities. Have you been working with other cities to figure out how they are addressing their unaccounted for water and lost water?
Have I spoke with other
Yes.
utilities to determine? Yes, networking events. You always talk about some of the ways that you can address it.
Would you agree that Elkhart is a city that's been around for a long time
Yes,
and it's comparably sized to Anderson?
yes,
How about Columbus?
yes.
And do you know what their unaccounted for water or lost water is as a percentage?
I do not.
Do you ever look at the commission's, one moment, annual reports?
No. Or for other utilities? Or for ours?
Well, the commission has its own annual report.
No.
What is your goal for unaccounted for water?
15%.
15%?
I think it's doable.
Okay. And it's doable by when?
That's a good question because it's hard to calculate what you're going to when you do projects. You're usually chasing non-revenue water, and this has been the case in my 37 years in this business. Even with American Water, being with them for 16 years, we spent millions of dollars replacing water mains, and you just it just barely budges your non-revenue percentage. So you're constantly chasing it. You try to find the worst areas, the worst pieces of your system that you've had problems with, and you replace those, and you know you're not going to have a leak there again. But if your infrastructure is aging, you're going to have it somewhere else.
Lost water was identified as a problem in the last rate case, which was 10 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe how Gutterman Technologies leak detection hardware works with AMI meters? I'm sorry. Can you describe how Gutterman, that's Gutterman, Technologies leak detection hardware works with AMI meters?
Yes. Gutterman Technologies is a acoustic sounding data loggers. They're deployed out into our distribution system, and then at the late at night, at the most opportune times when there's less traffic, those kind of things, it sends signals back to our AMI system, and then we can log into that system. We can see if there's any leaks underground that may not be coming to the surface. Some of them do come to the surface, and we see them, but that's what it's used for.
So when did you acquire that technology?
We purchased it in 2020, but because of COVID, we really didn't get it put in place until I think mid-2021, and actually using it full force in 2022. So,
Are you using it full force today?
yes, yes.
How many leaks have you discovered using the Gutterman Technologies leak detection hardware?
Since 2022, about 5.
Do you think that's a good enough process to find the leaks that you have?
I do. What I believe is our manpower is low enough now that you really, this leak detection, especially leaks that don't come to the surface, and using this type of equipment is very technical. And so you need people that can use that equipment and get used to it and use it every day, all day, so that it can determine whether it's a leak or just a car going over the top of it or something like that, or some other sound. And so, yeah, if we had more, which we have in this case, we're requesting more personnel, we would have a designated leak detection specialist that could go out and do that, much like an M.E. Simpson or another contractor that would do it.
Is Anderson currently on all AMI meters?
Yes.
Okay, so
Well,
all your
same few.
AMI meters have been installed on all customers?
Yes.
Go to page 4 of your rebuttal testimony, please. Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McKee, are you on page 4 of your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
You go at line 10, you say that Anderson has evaluated at least 4 options for providing sufficient water in the future, and the SSWTP project is the most cost-effective solution that delivers water supply that is adequate, resilient, and provides redundancy.
Yes.
Okay? When you're talking about redundancy, you're talking about wells,
Wells and treatment plant.
okay? Now, replacing water lines would never have, according to your parlance, redundancy, correct?
Replacing existing water lines would not, can you restate the question?
The only things that would provide redundancy would be installing wells and treatment plant, correct?
Yes, a second treatment plant and well field.
So as far as comparing the options, doesn't that eliminate the other options from consideration? Like just getting a handle on your lost water, is that even an option?
You can do both. You can plan for added capacity and replacement capacity with a new plant and well field, and you can address your non-revenue water at the same time, which I believe we're attempting to do in this case.
No, you're saying that there are 4 options for providing sufficient water in the future. What are those 4 options?
I believe the options were in reference to whether or not the best way to have resilience and redundancy, and the best way to do that is to have a second well field and a second plant like we have today. The city of Anderson has 2 plants, 2 well fields, 2 separate locations.
So if it didn't provide a treatment plant, you didn't consider the option? I'm trying to understand what you're saying here, Mr. McKee, if I'll rephrase the question. You're saying that Anderson has evaluated at least 4 options for providing sufficient water in the future, okay? What are those 4 options?
Keeping the Wheeler plant in service. Replacing old aging infrastructure. Providing a new plant and well field. And just utilizing the Lafayette plant by itself.
Okay, and you're eliminating the idea of replacing aging infrastructure as a way to increase your capacity because it doesn't provide redundancy, correct?
It does not provide redundancy. You're just replacing something that's already there. Redundancy would be having a second option. Like if you're asking me about water mains, I would say it'd be a second water main.
Okay, but you're saying is a requirement of these options that it have redundancy. Are you considering options that don't have what you consider to be redundancy?
No.
Okay, so you're not really considering removing replacing lines as a way of addressing your capacity issues?
No.
Objection, Your
It's
Honor.
2 different things.
I'm going to object due to mischaracterization. If one reads where counsel is, page 4, line 13, 2 of the options, parentheses, keeping the Wheeler plant in service or relying solely on the Lafayette plant, close paren, are neither cost-effective or consistent with the goals of resilience and redundancy. That leaves options of 1, increased water loss mitigation without the Southside Water Treatment Plant, or 2, constructing the Southside Water Treatment Plant as Anderson proposes. I'm objecting to the question on the basis that it mischaracterizes the evidence and implies that Mr. McKee is testifying that there will be no lost water mitigation efforts when his testimony, in fact, in those lines says that that is one of the options considered.
If I may respond to that, Your Honor, the statement that I'm focusing on is providing 4 options for providing sufficient water in the future, and the SSWTP is the most cost-effective solution that delivers water supply that is adequate, reliable, resilient, and provides redundancy. I'm merely trying to understand the criteria they're using to make their choice and whether that requires redundancy.
Okay, would you like to rephrase your question, Mr. LeVay?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Now, Mr. McKee, you've listed below what those 4 options are, and one of them is increased water loss mitigation without the SSWTP. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, does that option assume that the Wheeler plant is in service or not in service?
I think it doesn't assume either thing. It's the Wheeler plant's in service now, and the Wheeler plant's in service now. We need to replace that aging infrastructure, and it would be the same if we had a new Southside water treatment plant as well. The answer would be the same. We would still do those projects and still try to mitigate lost water.
Okay. Well, if you kept the Wheeler plant in service, that would provide redundancy, correct?
Yes, just not very good redundancy. The plant's 70 to 100 years old and has PFAS, and it's a Superfund site, and there's a lot of other factors that goes into that. If you're asking the question, it's not a very good option for resilience or redundancy.
Well, the plant is not a Superfund site.
The well field is, and without the well field, you don't need the plant.
Okay. But the parts of there's one well that is drawing water that has more than the maximum amount of 4 parts per trillion, correct? Parts per trillion.
There's currently one well that is above the 4 parts per trillion. There's 2 others that are at 3.8 and 3.7, so.
And if I recall in Ms. McKee's rebuttal testimony, she indicates that well is normally not used, correct?
I'm sorry, could you?
The one well that is above 4 parts per trillion is normally not being used, correct?
That's the well we've taken out of service, but we do use it from time to time when we need to, if our capacity is being taxed.
Right. And when you do that, you're not out of compliance because the water that you're producing is not above 4 parts per trillion because you're mixing that water with water from the other wells, correct?
That's correct. The effluent is below, however, it's at 3.5, so.
And according to EPA, that's an acceptable, right? You're not in violation, correct?
It's true, we're not currently in violation.
You say back to your testimony where you say there are 4 options for providing sufficient water in the future, and the SSWT project is the most cost-effective solution. Where in testimony do you provide cost analyses to support your statement that the SWTP is the most cost-effective solution?
I don't believe it's in my testimony. I think our engineer would probably be able to answer that question more sufficiently than I could.
Okay, well, you say the rebuttal, at line 17, you say the rebuttal testimonies of Ms. Young and Ms. Wilson established that just based on costs alone, the OUCC's recommendation to increase water loss mitigation efforts without the SSWTP will be more costly than constructing the SSWTP and will not result in a water supply that is more resilient and redundant. Okay? Where in Ms. Young's testimony does she establish that?
I'm sorry, I don't know where that's at in her testimony.
Well, you're referring to it in your testimony, so you must have read it. Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. The question's asked and answered. He said he doesn't know.
Well, Your Honor, he's saying that it's there. I'm asking well, let me withdraw that question. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may proceed.
Mr. McKee, if I hand you Ms. Young's rebuttal testimony, would you be able to find it there?
I'm sure I could.
Okay.
Let's go off the record for a moment. Okay. Let's go back on the record.
Mr. McKee, just to move things along, you believe that that information, according to rebuttal testimony, is in Ms. Young's and Ms. Wilson's rebuttal testimony, correct? Because you said that in your testimony.
I believe that it is, yes.
And whether it is or was not, we can just see by looking at that testimony, correct?
Yes.
And if Anderson has not done a cost-benefit analysis of those 4 options through a life cycle cost analysis.
No, there has not been one done yet.
Is there any document that you're aware of where they show the price comparisons of those 2 and what's being considered?
No.
You talk about the rebuttal testimonies of Ms. Young and Ms. Wilson established that just based on cost alone, the OUC's recommendations to increase water loss mitigation efforts without the SSTP will be more costly. What is your understanding of what the OUC's recommendation is with respect to increasing water loss mitigation?
Could you restate that?
Well, you refer to the OUC's recommendation to increase water loss mitigation efforts at lines 19 through 20 of your testimony. What's your understanding of what those recommendations are?
Yeah, my understanding is that the OUCC would like to see the city of Anderson not do a Southside water treatment plant and focus on replacing more aging infrastructure to get a handle on non-revenue water.
Okay, so what's more specifically with respect to addressing non-revenue water and lost water, what is that recommendation?
The recommendation from OUCC?
Yes.
I just answered that. I said the OUCC, my understanding is that they would like for us to focus on more on replacing aging infrastructure.
Okay, well, how do you determine the cost of that? Did the OUCC recommend a certain spend for doing that?
No, I think they recommend that rather than build a second treatment plant, use that money that would be used to do that to replace more aging infrastructure.
Can you tell me where in Mr. Parks or Mr. Seal's testimony it says that?
No.
Can I take you to Mr. Parks' testimony? I'll take you to page 30 of 33. I'll ask you to read Mr. Parks' recommendation, number 1. I recommend, and you go ahead and finish what it says on number 1.
Okay. I recommend the commission direct petitioner to develop an ongoing water loss action plan within 2 years to address high water losses by finding and fixing water leaks and inoperable distribution system valves, including a long-term plan to replace aged and leaking water mains.
Okay, now let me stop you there. Are you against doing that?
No, sir.
Okay. Go to number 2, and I'll read it to you. The commission order Anderson to submit its,
I'm sorry, where are
I'm
you
sorry, number 2, which is on the next page, page 31. And you'll agree with me that Mr. Parks recommends the commission order Anderson to submit its water loss action plan in a post-order compliance filing with a long-term goal to reduce water loss to below 15%. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I asked you a few minutes ago what your goal was, and you said 15%.
Yes.
So is Anderson willing to do that?
Anderson was willing to do all they can to get their water loss down to 15%.
Well, in fact, you are asking, and the OUCC's agreeing, that you spend $70 million through borrowing authorized in this rate case to address replacing 2-inch galvanized mains and other things, correct?
Yes.
And you agree that that's going to reduce your lost water?
I do not agree. Again, in my 37 years of experience, you chase lost water. We have identified the worst areas based on 20 years of tagging leaks and then putting those on a map, sitting down with our guys that have been there 20 years, 25 years and worked on these mains. And that's how we have decided which areas to focus on to replace. But if you think it's going to reduce, there's going to be some smoking gun there where it's going to be a high reduction, we could get lucky. There could be a main leaking underground, getting into a tile that's broken or a sewer line or something like that. Pretty rare, but I can just tell you from my experience in other utilities, Indiana American Water being one, you can spend a lot of money replacing mains, and you may hit it, you may not. In the 4 years I was in Muncie with Indiana American Water, I think we were in the mid-20s at that time, and we spent millions of dollars every year to replace main and just move the needle a little bit. So it can take time, but like I said earlier in my testimony, it's worth doing. It's just you have to methodically do it and stay after it, and you'll eventually get it.
You say you'll eventually get it. Your goal is 15%. When do you think you'll be able to get it?
I can't answer that question. It could be if we dig up the first larger main in one of those projects and it's completely separated and it's blowing wide open and going into a sewer, we're gonna make a lot of headway in just one project. My 37 years of experience in this tells me that's probably not going to happen. It's kind of like death by 1,000 paper cuts or 1,000,000 paper cuts, or however you want to say it. It's all over the city because it's an aging infrastructure all over the city, and it's going to take time and a lot of funds to get it done.
Mr. McKee, you reviewed the testimony that from your consultant in cause number 46087, where you're vying for the disputed area with Pendleton?
Have I?
Yes.
I've seen it, yes.
Okay. And you're aware that Ms. Young indicated that lost water should decrease because of the projects you're doing?
I think that's a fair statement to say it should. I think the fact she used the word "should" probably was good because you just don't know. It's not something. If you could predict that kind of thing, you'd be doing a different job because it's a very difficult thing to do. So.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, can we go off the record just for a few minutes? Would this be
Let's go off the record for a moment.
can I think it may take me a few minutes, and then we'll be able to wrap up quickly.
While we're off the record, if anyone needs to use the restrooms that are right out here, the bathroom code is 0225.
I could come over there.
Yes. Oh.
Okay, let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McKee, you have what's been marked as cross-examination Exhibit 4, which is a portion of a data request response that we received. It's questions 10-8 through 10-11. There is a question 10-12, which included an attachment, but I'm not seeking to ask for that attachment to be included. And I'll ask you to go to 10-11. On 10-11, you state that the Guterman system currently is the only system being used for leak detection right now.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated earlier that you found 5 leaks in the last couple of years.
Yes.
Okay. This indicates that the fourth line down on the response to 10-11, that the city contracted with M.E. Simpson Company to perform leak detection surveys and in 2009 and 2014. And the survey in 2009 resulted in 76 leaks being identified with an estimated leak total of 528,480 gallons per day. You see that?
Yes.
And you're not using M.E. Simpson Company to perform leak detection surveys since 2014?
No.
I'd like to offer cross-examination exhibit number 4.
No objection.
Thank you. Then OUCC cross-examination 4 is admitted into evidence.
And I just want to make clear, you're not sitting here today testifying that you don't think the $70 million that you'll be authorized to spend is not going to make a difference in leak detection and lost water.
Well, I am not saying that. I'm saying that we can't quantify it. We can't predict accurately that it's going to help us by 5%, 10%, whatever. I just don't think that's possible.
Thank you, Your Honor. No more questions for this witness.
Redirect, Ms. Schultz?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McKee. Again.
Morning.
You were asked a question just a moment ago about the M.E. Simpson vendor. Why are you not using them, and why are you using Gutterman instead?
Well, the number one reason is cost. It's very costly to do a leak survey. And so we have already purchased the Goodman products. We did that earlier in my testimony. I spoke about purchasing that in 2020. And so that's why we use Guterman today.
Why is cost an important consideration for you when you choose your vendor?
Because the funds that we currently have are not adequate to be able to have contractual companies do those kind of things for us.
Does Anderson earn any kind of a profit?
No.
You were asked several times about whether the $70 million investment will reduce the lost water. And my question is for you is, do you have any estimate, based on your experience, how long would it take Anderson to get from where it is today to a goal of 15%?
In my professional opinion, 37 years of doing this, it's going to be years and a lot of funding, a lot of money. That's just the reality. You know, like I said earlier, I'll give you an example. Our hydraulic modelers identified in our high pressure zone that we were using roughly 600,000 more gallons than we should on a daily basis. So we immediately went out, everybody fanned the area looking for leaks and everything. We found an 8-inch main blowing wide open. It was going across the field and into a drainage tile. You would think that would make a huge difference, and it did for a little while. But you know, you can see from the numbers that with an aging infrastructure, it's every day. We average about 104 main breaks a year. We're constantly digging and fixing those mains. You just can't predict. That would be assuming that the mains that you've identified to replace, that'd be assuming that there's still water leaking in those mains underground somewhere and not coming to the surface. Could that be true? Yes. It'd be awesome if it was, because you've hit it. But that would be assuming that there's still water leaking there.
Knowing that it may take several years to get to the goal of 15%, what is the countervailing risk of not moving forward with the Southside treatment plant and just focusing on lost water remediation? Continued
Public health threat of system shutdown and system failure. That's the risk. I mean, you can spend a lot of time looking for this, for lost water, and at the same time, you're all the time at the ragged edge of being able to provide enough capacity for your current and future customers.
When you say a public health threat, what is the public health threat that you're referencing?
when we lose the system, it's what we call losing the system. That means you've lost pressure in your water mains less than 20 psi, which can allow for any leakage, any issues in your system to allow bacteria, other contaminants into the distribution mains. And so when I say potential public health threat, that's what I'm talking about, losing your system to the point where you have allowed some contaminants to be able to go into your system.
When you lose the system, does that affect your customers' day-to-day lives?
Yes.
Your Honor, I object to the question. It's exceeding the scope of cross-examination, and also it's a leading question.
I can rephrase, Your Honor.
Well, that doesn't address the lack of connection with or connection to cross-examination.
I believe it's within the scope of what his response was. You may proceed.
So, Mr. McKee, I'm going to rephrase my question to you, and that is, when we think about the public health hazard, what impacts might there be from that to a customer in their day-to-day life?
We have to do boil water advisories as required by Department of Environmental Management if you drop below 20 psi in your system. And so just from a sanitary issue, you have to cook, you have to boil your water before you use it, and before you use it for hygiene and those kind of things. And so you would have that risk, but then you would have the risk of, like I said before, contamination getting in because the pressure in your system is less than what could be coming from the outside. So could be introducing any number of contaminants into the system.
The OUCC Council asked you about the spend of $70 million for the work to remediate the lost water. And you were asked questions about those 4 options. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that the OUCC is offering to give or authorize Anderson to collect anything other than the $70 million that it has consented to allow Anderson to collect in this proceeding?
Your Honor, I don't quite understand the question, but it's leading.
Yeah, it was a terrible question, Your Honor. Let me try that again. Mr. McKee, what is the extent of the amount that you understand the OUCC is consenting for Anderson to recover in this case?
Not 100% sure, but I think 95 million, maybe 90 million.
Okay. You were also asked a question about, there was discussion of four parts per trillion. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question in that line about mixing the water with other wells so that it's not out of compliance and that you are more at a level of 3.5 parts per trillion. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What is the impact if you're only at 3.5 parts per trillion? Are there any other concerns there?
The concern is that number would grow. As a matter of fact, we did the voluntary sampling from 2023 to 2024. In 2024, that same Rainy Well 4 was at a higher result than it was in 2023, which shows me and tells me that that contamination is moving, which would make sense. I mean, groundwater moves. The higher you pump a well, the faster it gets there. That's why we have wellhead protection plans showing 5 and 10 year time of travel, 1, 5, and 10 year time of travels. It can tell us if you drop a contamination in one area, tell you how long it takes to get there. So it makes sense. In that time frame, we probably pumped Rainy 4 more than we normally would do, and it probably increased the PFAS.
Do you recall a line of questions about whether you were aware of the lost water levels from other communities?
Yes,
You aware of the lost water level of your neighbor Pendleton?
I am.
And what is that level?
Your Honor, I object to this question. He couldn't answer the question for me, and now we're introducing Pendleton's unaccounted for water.
Your Honor, I believe the testimony was he didn't know Elkhart. I'm allowed to ask for a neighbor. If he knows, great. If he doesn't, great. But it's directly, responsive to that line of questioning.
And I'll overrule the objection. He can respond.
Only because we're in another rate case, or we're in another case with them, I would know this. I believe it's in the mid-40s, 45 to 47. So.
Thank you. Mr. McKee, you were asked a question. You were referred to Mr. Park's exhibit or attachment, I think it was JTP5, where there was a list of every year of the lost water percentages. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You were asked a question about achieving a level at some point of 39%. And my question is, if you were able to get lost water, or if you reduced, I'm sorry, let me rephrase the question, please strike that. If you were able to reduce lost water, if you know, what would be the point at which you would say Anderson does not need the Southside treatment plant?
Well, we're proposing a 6 million gallon a day plant on the south side. So if you're asking me, is that what you're asking me? At what point? 20%, possibly. If we could get to 20%.
You were also asked about how the numbers changed for lost water from 2009 to 2023, and I recall questioning around when you got to Anderson. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What was the point at which you, Anderson, installed software that would potentially have impacted the accuracy of those lost water numbers?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know when the city software, it was already in place when I got there, so I don't know when that would have been.
Were there other factors that would have played a role in whether those lost water numbers were accurate?
Well, yeah, you get data from multiple sources. You get it from your operator who's doing the monthly operating reports for your actual pumpage during the day. And then you're getting water sold information from the controller's office, from the IT department, those kind of things. So, at any point in there could be some disconnect or something that wasn't calculated correctly. But that's why I kind of said, it takes a few years to get your feet under you and make sure that everyone that's reporting to you and reporting those numbers to you, that it's accurate and that you feel good about those numbers and how they're being done. So that's why I answered that way before.
Mr. McKee, you were asked about Anderson's asset management plan. Can you explain what happened relative to the asset management plan components when the OUCC visited Anderson?
Yes, they asked to see our ticket management program, so we brought that up. Our ticket management program also is our GIS. We use our GIS mapping as a backdrop to the ticket management program, and so all of our work orders, all of our ticket management goes through their customer service tickets, everything. And so, yeah, they asked to see that, so we showed them that, and as such, it had components of our asset management plan.
Does your, in the whole of the documents you keep, which are inputs into an asset management plan, does Anderson have a system map?
Objection, the question is argumentative and it's leading. She made a
Your Honor,
statement about the components of an asset management plan. We haven't really established that there's components of an asset management plan.
I believe she was asking about Anderson's asset management plan, so I'll overrule the objection.
And again, Your Honor, just to make my objection clear, that's what I'm referring to. She was acting like, she was suggesting that there were components of Anderson's asset management plan, and I don't think can be stated as a fact.
I no longer remember what the question was, so would you please re-ask your question initially?
Sure. Simple. Does Anderson have a system map?
Yes.
Does Anderson have an inventory and assessment of its system assets?
Yes.
Does Anderson have a maintenance plan?
Yes.
Does Anderson have a plan to fund maintenance?
In our rate case, yes, we do.
Does Anderson have an evaluation of water and energy conservation efforts?
No.
Has Anderson analyzed the customer rates that it would need to support the asset management plan?
Yes.
Does Anderson perform audits in connection with its assets?
Yes.
Does Anderson undergo any type of cyber vulnerability assessment?
Yes.
I don't believe that they're leading. I'll overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And finally, Mr. McKee, are you aware of any state agency that establishes guidance that you might follow for what constitutes an asset management plan?
EPA has a template that you can use to go by, and so we have typically used that as a go by to start creating it and continue it.
To your knowledge, after the OUCC visited Anderson, did the OUCC specifically request a document that Anderson refused to give?
I believe they requested a written asset management plan. We did not have a formal, written out plan.
And to your knowledge, has Anderson received any requests from the IURC for an asset management plan?
No.
Mr. McKee, you were asked questions about whether your well fields can support the new plant that you're asking for permission and authority to be funded. How will Anderson make sure that there is support to operate that plant?
For the new plant, the Southside
Yes.
treatment plant? Yeah, we'll have ongoing hydrogeological studies done, test drilling, those kind of things to make sure we.
Your Honor, I don't think I've asked the questions about support of the South Side water treatment plant. It exceeds the scope of my cross-examination.
Your Honor, there was a line of questions where questions were adding 2 Fuller wells, proposing a plant of 16 million gallons per day. Can your well field support that? Those are my recollected notes from the cross.
Your Honor, those are all about the Lafayette water treatment plant. That's not the Southside water treatment plant.
That's what I recall as well. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. Mr. McKee, are the two well fields interconnected?
No.
Okay. You recall a line of questioning about the difference in the capacity that you indicated in your testimony in this proceeding versus what I will call the territorial proceeding.
Yes.
And that difference was roughly 500,000 gallons, million gallons per day.
Yes, 500,000 gallons.
Is that number material in the scheme of the number of gallons total for the system?
No, that could be one well out.
Do you have a well that's roughly that size?
Yes.
And are they old?
Yes.
Let's go off the record for a moment. It is 1:35. Ms. Schultz, I don't know if,
One last question, and I'll be finished. Thank you, Your Honor.
back on the record.
Finally, Mr. McKee, you were asked at the beginning of cross-examination whether the number in your testimony when it was written of 14.5 was current, and I think you said, well, not today. Could you please correct the record or explain your answer?
Yes, I mean, as I stated earlier, it could change based on what wells are out, what wells, what if there's problems with raw water mains, those kind of things. So, you know, your capacity can change every day, just depending on circumstances in the well field.
Is it different today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the number is?
Objection, Your Honor. This is not, I didn't ask about today. I asked about those two periods of time.
I believe you did ask about today, so I'm going to overrule the objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our firm capacity today is 12.7.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. You may be excused. And at this time, we'll take a break and we'll come back at 1:45. Let's go back on the record. Ms. Schultz, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll call Ms. Lori Young. Ms. Young, same goes for you. Please make sure your green light is on and speak directly into the microphone.
Okay.
Please state your name,
Lori Young.
by whom and in what capacity are you employed?
I'm employed with Fleece and Vandenbrink. Sorry. I'm a professional engineer with Fleece and Vandenbrink.
Can you spell that, please?
FLIES, excuse me, VANDEN, capital BRINK.
Thank you. Ms. Young, do you have in front of you two documents, the first of which has been stamped with an identification as Petitioner's Exhibit 2? They should be on the left-hand corner front of the desk.
Yes,
And is Petitioner's Exhibit 2 your direct testimony filed in this proceeding,
yes,
along with attachment LAY1?
yes,
Okay. And do you have additions or corrections to your direct testimony or the attachment?
yes, I do.
Can you please first identify where is it in the attachment?
Yes.
And can you identify where in the attachment?
Attachment in the PER, Chapter 2, Page 2, Table 2.2.1.
And if someone is looking for that page, in the bottom right-hand corner of that page, does it say Chapter 2 and then a -4?
Says a Chapter 2-2.
-2. Okay. Can you walk us through your corrections?
Yes, in Table 2.2.1, for the year 2014, the average use should be revised to 10.1 MGD.
Do you have any other corrections on that page?
Yes, for 2022, the peak day use of should be changed to 13.1 MGD.
Okay. Any other changes to that page?
No,
So have you made those corrections and initialed those?
yes.
Okay. What's your next correction?
On page 2-4,
What's your first correction?
Table 2.2.2, under 2022 flow in gallons per day, for domestic demand, changed to 2,759,000 gallons per day. For commercial demand, changed to 1,690,000 gallons per day.
I'm not following that. Which line was that?
That was the next line down under commercial demand.
Commercial demand for 2022 flow, 1,690,000 gallons per day.
And for clarity, Ms. Young, as you're reading your corrections, would you indicate what you're striking and what you're adding?
Yes, striking 3 million, striking the pardon me, I'll go back to domestic demand under 2022 flow, strike 3,840,000 gallons per day, and revise to 2,759,000 gallons per day. For commercial demand, 2022 flow, strike 1,510,000 gallons per day and revise to 1,690,000 gallons per day. For industrial demand, under 2022 flow, revise, strike 1,151,000 gallons per day and revise to 2,016,000 gallons per day. And then in the column under 2042 flow, for domestic demand, revise, strike 4,877,000 gallons per day and replace with 3,550,000 gallons per day. For commercial demand, 2042 flow, strike 1,916,000 gallons per day and replace with 2,146,000 gallons per day. And for industrial demand, 2042 flow, strike 1,462,000 gallons per day and replace with 2,559,000 gallons per day.
Ms. Young, have you made all of those revisions and initialed them in your direct testimony?
Yes, I have, and I have a couple of additional revisions to make to that table.
Okay, go ahead.
So for peak day demand, 2022 flow, strike 8,122,500 gallons per day and replace with 13,100,000 gallons per day and the date of 8/26/22. And then
I didn't understand the last instruction on what to change.
the date of, pardon me, the date of that 13,100,000 gallons per day was August 26, 2022.
Ms. Young, had there previously been any sort of a date indicator?
There was not.
So you've added that?
I added that.
Okay.
For 2042 flow, the peak day revised to 10,319,000 gallons per day. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Peak DCI 2042 flow revised to 10,319,000 gallons per day. And for peak day demand, 2042, strike 10,319,000 gallons per day and replace with 18 million gallons per day.
Have you made all of the corrections to your direct testimony?
I would like to add an asterisk underneath this table to state that the customer flow distributions were corrected to match data request number 1, question 1-3.
Okay. Can you say that one more time?
Yes, the customer type flow distributions were corrected to match data request number 1, question 1-3.
Does that conclude the changes to your direct testimony?
Yes.
And you've initialed all of those changes?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the questions contained in your direct testimony today, would your answers be the same with those corrections?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'll offer into evidence what's been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 2, the direct testimony of Lori Young.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor, no objection, but I would ask if we could have this document like redone, just so we have the numbers right.
We can do that post-hearing.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. No, and no questions.
Thank you. Then Petitioner's Exhibit 2 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Young, if you'd now access what has been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 2R, should be on the top left corner of your desk, stamped by the court reporter. Do you have that?
Yes.
And what is that document?
That is rebuttal testimony of Lori A. Young.
Do you have any additions or corrections to that testimony?
I have one addition.
Okay, please identify the page number.
On Exhibit LAY-R1, at the bottom table, where it says total wellfield production, wellfield, the column 2022 IURC capacity, add an asterisk, and below that table, add the note CPER table 1.1.1.4, which incorporates water treatment plant firm safe capacity.
Okay, please make that change to the court reporter's copy and initial. Ms. Young, if I were to ask you the questions contained in your rebuttal testimony with the corrections you've just applied, would your answers be the same today?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll offer into evidence what has been marked as Petitioner's Exhibit 2R, the rebuttal testimony of Lori Young, and attachment LAY-R1.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then Petitioner's Exhibit 2R is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is tendered for cross.
Mr. LeVay.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Young. You may be excused. Let's go off the record for a moment. Let's go back on the record. Ms. Schultz.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Wilson.
Hello.
Please state your name for the record.
My name's Jennifer Wilson.
By whom and in what capacity are you employed?
I am employed by Crow LLP, and I'm a director.
Do you have in front of you what's been marked for identification purposes as Petitioner's Exhibit 3?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it is my verified pre-filed direct testimony.
Was it written by you or at your direction?
It was.
Do you have any additions or corrections to your testimony?
I do.
Could you please identify the page and line number where you have a correction?
On page 12 of 25 of my testimony, line 4, it says 12 additional positions, and 12 should be changed to 8.
Could you make that change on the official copy and please initial it?
That is done.
Do you have any additional changes or corrections?
I do. Now I'm going into my exhibit, the revenue requirement report, attachment JZW-1. I'm going to page 25. You should see the proposed Waterworks Revenue Bond Series 2026. The second line under estimated uses of funds, it says project fund dash meters. Meters should be changed to main and service line.
Do you have any other corrections to your direct testimony?
Yes, on page 37 of JZW-1, again in this report. In the subsection 18, capital improvement plan, it says in the second bulleted point, altogether an estimate of $5,842,400. The $5,842,400 should be changed to $6,092,400.
Do you have any other corrections to your direct testimony?
I do, in attachment JZW-3. On page 3, what you're seeing here is the bad check charge, return check item charge. In the table, under other charge, it says bank charges of 40. Change the 40 to $4.19, which then changes the calculated charge to $13.67, which then changes the calculated charge rounded to $14.
Do you have any other corrections or additions to your direct testimony?
I do, in the same exhibit, JZW-3, on page 7. The line item that says foreman under labor said $59.88. That should be changed to $52.47, which changes the total to $760.17, which changes the grand total at the bottom at calculated charge from 2581.14 to 2573.73, with the calculated charge at 2575.
Any additional changes?
Yes, then on the page 9 of attachment JZW-3, we listed out the summary of these changes. So the bad check charge should be under calculated charge instead of 49, it should be 14. And then below, the 2,580 should be 2,575.
Does that complete the changes to your direct testimony?
It does.
With those changes, if I were to ask you the questions that are contained in your direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
It would.
Okay. Now I will turn your attention to what has been marked for identification purposes as Petitioner's Exhibit 3R. Do you have that document?
Yes.
What is that document?
That is my verified pre-filed rebuttal testimony.
Do you have any additions or corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do. On page 5, in question 7, line 7, starting at the end of that line. So it says the resulting roll off of, delete that, and instead of that, write the amortization of that, and then leave expense, delete in, change in to is, and then on the next line, delete phase 5. Phase 5 creates pressure for a future rate case. Delete phase 5 creates pressure for a future rate case. So that sentence, starting with in the middle of line 7, shall read, the resulting roll-off of the amortization of that expense is based on a single declining cost item. Then at the very end of the, at line 11, put a period after overcollection and delete the rest of the sentence on line 11 and line 12.
Have you made those corrections
I have.
and initialed those?
I have.
Do you have any other corrections to your rebuttal testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the questions contained therein reflecting your corrections, would your testimony be the same today?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer into evidence what has been marked for identification purposes as Petitioner's Exhibit 3 and Exhibit 3R.
Any objections?
Objections, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then petitioners 3 and 3R are admitted into evidence.
The witness is tendered for cross.
Thank you. Mr. Peters?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. Wilson. I am Victor Peters of the Indiana Office of Utility Consumer Counselor. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Thank you. Could you please turn to page 11 of your rebuttal testimony?
I am there.
All right, thank you. You discussed the calculation of the system development charge and refer to Chapter 7.2 of the AWWA M1 manual on page 11, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, let's go off the record for a moment.
Thank you.
Say it again? No. Is this 5 or 6 or? He gave me 5, but not 6. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Right, this is 6.
Let's go back on the record.
All right. Ms. Wilson, could you please refer to what has been marked as cross-examination number 5?
Yes,
Do you recognize cross-examination number 5 as Chapter 7.2 of the AWWA M1 manual?
it does appear to be so.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move to admit Public's cross-examination exhibit number 5 onto the record.
Your Honor, I will not object, but I do want to note for the record that the copyright is 2017. And so with the caveat that the exhibit being offered is dated 2017, no objection.
Thank you. Then OUCC cross-examination 5 is admitted into evidence.
Could I have one moment, please?
Yes, let's go off the record for a moment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go back on the record.
Ms. Wilson, are you familiar with what edition is the latest edition of the AWWA M1 manual?
Yes,
What edition would that be?
it would be the 7th manual.
And what year was the 7th edition published?
I happen to have my copy in front of me, and I verified it was 2017.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Okay. Could you now please refer to what was been marked as cross-examination exhibit number 6, which is titled City of Anderson's Response to OUCC Data Request Set 11, which has been put in front of you?
Yes, I have that.
Thank you. Do you recognize cross-examination exhibit number 6 as pages 1 and 5 of Anderson's responses to OUCC Discovery Set 11, which shows the questions and responses to question numbers 3, 13, and 14?
They appear to be our responses, yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. I move to admit Public's cross-examination exhibit 6 onto the record.
Any objection?
Your Honor, could I please ask that we go off the record so that I might verify what's redacted here for purposes of deciding whether to object?
Yes, let's
Thank
go
you.
off the record for a moment.
We have that in our files. Uh, 11.
I'm ready to go back on.
Let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. No objection.
Thank you. Then OUCC cross-examination exhibit 6 is admitted into evidence.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Wilson, and thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Any redirect, Ms. Schultz?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be excused. Oh, let's go off the record for a moment. Let's go back on the record. Anything further from petitioner, Ms. Schultz?
No, Your Honor. Petitioner rests.
Thank you. Mr. LeVay?
I think what we'll do now is we'll offer the unopposed testimony, or the testimony for which there's no cross-examination. We have Public's Exhibit number 1, which is the testimony of Carla Sullivan. We have Public's Exhibit number 3, which is the testimony of Sean Dellinger. And then finally, we have Public's Exhibit number 5, which are consumer comments that the OUCC received.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you. Then Public's Exhibits 1, 3, and 5 are admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, we would call Carl Seals.
You may
Your Honor, one thing I wanted to point out is the testimony of Carla Sullivan also had a CD which was attached, and so I just want to make sure the record is clear on that. And for the record, that's attachment CFS 1. Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Mr. LeVey.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Seals, would you state your name for the record?
My name is Carl Seals.
And who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the Office of Utility. I'm employed by the Office of Utility Consumer Counselor in the Water Wastewater Division.
Okay. What's your title with the Water Wastewater Division?
I'm Assistant Director.
Okay. You have what's been marked as Public Exhibit Number 2, which was your testimony filed on April 3rd, 2025. Are there any changes you would make to your testimony?
Yes, I have one change to make on page 10 regarding the chart.
All right, giving everybody a chance to get there, this is the million gallons per day pumped and million gallons per day sold comparison.
That's correct.
Okay, and go ahead and tell us what your changes are.
Okay, when I did the lines, when I did the chart, I was not able to tell the direction, i.e. increasing or decreasing of the bottom 1 million gallons they sold. So I pulled up the equation on the trend line from Excel.
Wait, before you do that, Mr. Seals, first of all, do you have the court reporter's copy in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so you're going to need to make changes to that document. Do you have a pen with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And before you include your explanation, tell us what the change is.
Okay, the change is to the equations. The signage of the equations is correct, but the equations themselves, specifically the X coefficient, does not appear to be correct.
Okay, so what you are asking, but if I may lead for a moment, you want to cross out the formula that's under the blue line and cross out the formula that's over the bronze line. Is that correct?
Sure.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Would you cross those out and initial those and date them?
Okay.
Do you have any change to the lines themselves, the blue line or the gold line?
No, the lines themselves are strictly representations or representative of the data in the IURC annual reports.
Okay. And the reason that you're crossing through those formulas is that they are not instructive of the line? They don't tell you what those lines are?
The equations are for the trend lines, and when Excel creates those equations, it used a different number, a number that Excel uses for dates, not the year. My point is, if anybody tries to take and extrapolate out into 2030, for example, and use that X times 2030 plus 8.1967, they will not get anything remotely accurate.
Okay. All right, and you've initialed that and dated it, those changes?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Are there any other changes that you need to make to your testimony today?
No, there aren't.
Okay. Your Honors, and do you adopt Public Exhibit Number 2 as your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, the OUCC would offer Public Exhibit Number 2, the testimony of Carl N. Seals.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then Public's Exhibit 2 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Seals is tendered for cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Schultz.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Seals. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Schultz. Good to see you, too.
I'd like to just pick up where you just left off with your counsel, and that is the correction that you just read into the record at page 10 of your testimony. Could you please turn to that page do you still have it there?
I'm there, yes.
If I'm understanding your correction, it is that you've deleted the equation that was the supporting input for the trend line?
Excel generates a trend line automatically if you ask it to, and then it generates an equation. And that equation uses a different number than the date. And I'm not sure, Excel has a different way of representing dates. It starts from the year 1900, I believe, and it calculates forward from there. I've not exactly figured out what went wrong yet, but I know that you cannot extrapolate from that data, from that equation, sorry.
Thank you. So does that mean that the trend line that we're seeing here is not accurate?
No, I believe the trend line is still accurate. It falls within, all a linear regression trend line is it attempts to replicate what's going on, whether something's going up, down, and the approximate slope of that line.
Is there any way to fact check that is actually correct?
I mean, visually you can see that the trend on the million gallons pumped per day is definitely inclining, and the sales are remaining flat to falling off, right? So I don't think it's the line that is the problem. I think it's how Excel, it's the numbers that Excel used to calculate that coefficient. And they're not the numbers that are shown in the bottom of the chart. In other words, if I take 2023 times that X coefficient, it's not going to work. But the line itself, the trend line itself, I believe to be accurate.
Thank you. Mr. Seals, could you please turn to page 5 of your testimony and look at lines 18 through 22? Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Would you agree with me that you're testifying that you agree that Anderson's plan to spend $70 million to replace sections of the mains and service lines will reduce water loss?
I believe that to be the case until this morning when Mr. McKee said he wasn't certain that there would be any improvements from anything you guys do. So,
Do you have a specific number or amount by which you believe water loss should be improved as a result of this $70 million investment?
I don't have a way to calculate that. I know what other utilities similarly sized, similar populations do. For example, Columbus is around 18%, or Elkhart is around 14%. So I do believe it can be much better than the 36 to 39% that it is right now.
Were you in the courtroom this morning when we also heard testimony about what Pendleton's lost water number is?
Yes, Pendleton has problems.
And was it over 40%?
I believe it was, yes.
How close is Pendleton to Anderson?
I can't give you an exact range. I know I believe it's towards the southeast corner, if I'm remembering correctly.
Less than 10 miles?
Yeah, I would believe it would be less than 10 miles.
Okay. When you are making your recommendations in your testimony that Anderson ought to invest in this replacement of sections of its main and service lines in lieu of building the Southside treatment plant, let me pause there. It seems like you might have a correction.
I'm sorry, what's the question pending?
Let me rephrase. Is it true, Mr. Seals, that you are recommending approval of the $70 million? Yes?
Yes, that is correct. I mean, it was until this morning when Mr. McKee suggested that might not actually accomplish anything.
So is your recommendation changing?
It's not on paper, but when he said that he might not be able to gain anything from the $70 million, it sort of it perked up my ears, I guess.
Why did it perk up your ears?
Because why would you spend $70 million if you're not going to gain any improvements, if you don't expect to gain any improvements in lost water?
Did Mr. McKee say that he expects to gain no improvements in lost water?
He was very tentative about how much lost water they would reduce.
And do you have any certainty?
No, certainly.
When you make your recommendation, do you take into consideration factors such as efforts by the utility to make sure that customers do not have to conserve water?
Your Honor, I'm objecting to the form of the question. It's unclear what recommendation counsel is referring to.
I can rephrase, Your Honor. Mr. Seals, we just established that at least in your testimony, you've recommended that the petitioner be authorized to spend $70 million to improve the water mains and service lines. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry. Again, the question, where does Mr. Seals make that recommendation? We need to refer specifically to the recommendation he's making.
Your Honor, I asked the question was answered.
Objection overruled.
Mr. Seals, do you also recommend in your testimony that Anderson's request for authority to build the Southside Water Treatment Plant be denied?
I do.
When you make those recommendations, do you take into account whether Anderson has had recent instances where customers have been asked to conserve water?
I mean, if it was in the record, yes, I would take that into consideration.
If it's not in the record, but it's in the news, would you consider that?
Maybe.
Are you aware of whether or not in the past 5 years, Anderson's customers have been asked to conserve water?
No, I'm not.
Did you not receive any notification of any type of news story in the last 5 years relative to Anderson's request to customers to conserve water?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's a different question.
I agree. Objection overruled.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm not.
Ms. Tokash, I'm sorry, would you please read that back?
I don't recall any at this point, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's go off the record for a moment. Let's go back on the record.
Mr. Seals, do you have before you what's been marked for identification purposes as Anderson's Cross Exhibit number 1?
Yes, I do.
Have you seen this document before, either electronically or in paper?
Not that I recall.
Were you aware of any conservation requests by Anderson that are depicted in this story.
I mean, I don't typically follow what happens in Anderson, so no. I'm not sure what you're asking me. Could you repeat the question?
Well, I'm asking you, did you know that in 2022, Anderson asked its customers to conserve water?
I did not.
Does that come as a surprise to you that it's the case?
No, it does not. That is an event that happens from time to time when utilities experience large main breaks. When I worked in Shelbyville, we shut the entire city down because of a major fire. It's not, I have seen conservation requests from other utilities many times before. I mean, there's no statement in here as to what the cause of the higher than normal pumping rates are. I don't know if that was a leak. It's entirely possible it was a leak, but I don't know the facts behind the request.
If a water utility knows that it is having an instance where its customers are being asked to conserve, is that an indication that it needs to do something to not repeat conservation requests?
Not necessarily to me. I firmly believe that the water used for irrigation, i.e. lawns, is somewhat of a waste, and that conservation orders issued, like alternate day sprinkling or whatever, are very viable because it keeps from raising the cost of infrastructure to serve those peak days, if that makes sense. So not all conservation efforts that are notified are necessarily bad, I guess I would say.
Can conservation be required because of breaks due to aging infrastructure?
And yes, and other reasons, yes.
Can it be brought on by drought conditions?
Yes, it can.
Could it be brought on by cold weather?
I'm less certain how cold weather would cause conservation request unless, well, I'm uncertain how that would happen, but I suppose it's possible.
Could we go off the record for a moment, Your Honor?
Let's go back on the record.
So just to finish up this questioning, Mr. Seals, you were not, when you made your recommendations that we find in your testimony, a prior incidents where Anderson had asked its customers to conserve was not part of the set of factors that you considered?
Your Honor, again, the question's vague. I'd like the counsel to refer precisely to which recommendation she's referring to. His recommendations are on the last page of his testimony.
Your Honor, the witness can answer my question if he understands it. I think it's perfectly clear.
And I think that as well. Objection overruled. You may respond, Mr. Seals.
I'm sorry, could you repeat it? Because I don't recall. Are you suggesting that this was in testimony?
No, sir. Let me try it again.
Then I'm
Let me try it again.
confused what we're asking.
When you wrote your testimony, you did not know or consider that Anderson had experienced a situation where customers were asked to conserve, correct?
I did not know that Anderson had one experience in 2022 of our conservation request. That is correct.
Did you look for whether there were other instances of requests to conserve?
I don't know how I would look for that. I don't have access to that kind of information.
Is that a no?
That is a no.
Thank you. Let's go to page 8 of your testimony, please.
I'm there.
At line 15, you indicate Anderson's water sales to customers is decreasing. Is that correct? Sorry, lines 1 through 15.
11 through 15?
No, page 8, lines 1 through 15.
Okay.
You agree that you are indicating that Anderson's water sales to customers is decreasing?
Yes, I am. Over the 10-year period that I studied, yes. Let me clarify.
And you agree, Mr. Seals, that that is a backward-looking over the past several years. It is not a forward-looking prognostication. It's a reflection of what happened in the past, correct?
It is not a prognostication. It is a historical look. You are correct.
Did you consider the prospects for future development in Anderson?
When looking at population trends, I didn't really take into any serious account any growth in Anderson immediately or in the near future.
You were a witness in cause number 46087, which has been referenced earlier today, the Pendleton Water Territory case that involves Anderson, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it true that in that case, you did not disagree with Pendleton's assertions about the growth that is occurring in the I-69 corridor?
I believe, as you'll see stated in all of our testimony, and I hope it was in 46087, my silence on any issue should not be construed as an endorsement, et cetera. I did not take issue with that. I looked at the technical aspects of what they were expected to do by the commission, by the rule, statute.
So, Mr. Seals, does that mean that you looked at that case in a vacuum that did not consider whether there would be or would not be expected growth?
Again, I don't have access to a lot of information on expected growth, on speculative expected growth up the I-69 corridor. I've seen that repeated many times, but I don't know, I've not seen data to that effect. And I would have expected it would have been in petitioner's case if that were the situation.
Well, is it true that in that for cause number 46087, Pendleton testified that 80,000 to 125,000 people could need service in the area in the future?
I don't recall that, but I believe what you're saying, yeah.
Are you aware that Anderson, within its municipal borders, has a flagship industrial park that is positioned for significant growth?
Yes, I'm certainly aware of the park down there with Nestle and NTN, and I forget who else is down there. I'm sorry, NTN.
But it's your testimony that when you looked at the numbers, you did not factor in growth to that.
No, given
I
his,
don't think his testimony, it's a misrepresentation of his testimony. He didn't say he looked into the numbers.
Your Honor, I asked a question to counsel, I'm sorry, to the witness. The witness may answer or not, and if there's an objection, then the grounds for the objection ought to be stated, not what counsel believes the witness did or did not say.
Let me clarify then. I'll restate the objection. That's a misrepresentation of Mr. Seal's testimony. He did not say that he did the numbers. He formed an opinion on the criteria in that case.
Sorry. And I don't believe she made a representation about his testimony. I think she was asking him a question about what he did. So I'm going to overrule the objection, and he can respond.
Mr. Seals, do you need the question read back?
Yes,
Because I do.
Yes, please, thank you. That is correct, as is shown on page 11 of my testimony. Again, the population growth, there is no population growth, there's a population decline since basically 1970. I use the data that I have available to me.
You use the data available to you looking backwards, correct?
Good sources, yes. I mean, yes, I don't look at MIBOR or anything like that, if that's what you're asking. MIBOR, mortgage, whatever. They do some kind of board of realtors or something. Metropolitan Indianapolis Board of Realtors, maybe. I don't look at any speculative information like that.
So is it your testimony that the anticipated growth in the I-69 corridor near Anderson is speculative?
I suppose, yeah, since I just said it, I suppose so, yes.
So are you aware of the testimony in cause number 46087 that's stated by Mr. Reske that Interstate 69 runs through the middle of the current town boundaries and is the conduit for the growth which is emerging from Indianapolis and Hamilton County? The rate of growth is expected to continue to increase at even a greater rate over time. Do you recall that?
I don't recall it specifically. I recall Mr. Reske, and I don't know what his specialty is, but it goes to the weight of the testimony, I guess. Somebody wanting to state that there's growth so that they can increase their system or increase their boundaries.
Do you take issue with the statement in cause number 46087 by Mr. Reske that growth in the area is anticipated to happen rapidly? It is evident this is going to happen at a rate without incentives due to the proximity to the Indianapolis-Hamilton County growth.
Was the question, do I take issue with it? Was that
Correct.
what you said? It's a statement without data to back it up.
Do you disagree with the statement?
I suppose so, yes.
Do you have data to contradict that statement?
No, I don't. Perhaps the correct answer is I neither agree nor disagree with the statement. I don't have the information, and no information or data was presented to show me that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect, Mr. LeVay.
Yes, Mr. Seals, you did not look at projections. You looked at a historical trend, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know if Mr. Park looked at projections of growth in his testimony?
I don't recall.
Now, you were provided a news story about Anderson's water levels and the return to normal after conservation. That's do you have that in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Has that been marked as a cross-examination exhibit? Was it offered and then entered?
It wasn't offered.
Okay. What's the title of the story?
The title is Anderson Water Levels Return to Normal After Conservation Request.
What does that title tell you?
That there was a conservation request and that water levels were returning to normal.
Okay, so does that tell you that conditions were at one state and then they improved?
Yes, it does.
You know, if the need, you don't know what the need for the conservation request is, what you had indicated earlier in your testimony, but is Anderson, as a result of its Lafayette expansion, first of all, what is its Lafayette treatment plant expansion going to be?
Objection, Your Honor. I did not ask Mr. Seals anything about the Lafayette expansion.
Well, Your Honor, if I may respond, I believe the import of this line of questioning is that Mr. Seals formed an opinion without knowing about Anderson's conservation request and their ability for water, and that as a result, his testimony should be disregarded as to that is concerned. However, I'm just merely trying to establish the state of things happening in 2022 compared to what is expected to happen.
I'm going to sustain the objection and re-ask your whatever. Try again, Mr. LeVay.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Do you know what Anderson's treatment capacity was in 2022?
Objection, Your Honor. The news story doesn't state treatment capacity. There was not a line of questions where I asked about treatment capacity. This goes beyond the scope.
Your Honor, this thing is offered, this story is offered to indicate what, well, let me back up. Mr. Seals was asked a lot of questions about what this story means and to put it in context. So I'm trying to put this story in context.
And I'm going to sustain the objection. Try again, Mr. LeVay.
Mr. Seals, would you read the story?
Mr. LeVay, I don't know that your microphone is on.
It is, Your Honor.
There we go. Sorry.
Mr. Seals, would you read the story that you were provided?
Anderson water levels return to normal after conservation request is the headline, I guess. Anderson, after more than a week of asking residents to conserve water, the city of Anderson says water levels are back to normal. The city made the voluntary request. Oh, sorry. The city made the voluntary request after reporting higher than normal pumping rates. Quote, I want to thank our citizens and businesses who voluntarily complied with our request as it allowed us to recover to appropriate water levels. We began to see positive results by day 2, and each day thereafter, our water levels climbed. End quote, Neil McKee, director for the City of Anderson's Water Department, said. Once you've hit a certain low in your towers, it takes you a little longer to get them back up, McKee added. Sorry, that was another quote.
You were asked whether if you'd had the story that would have affected the recommendations you made in this case. Correct?
Yes, yes.
If you did consider this in making your recommendation in this case, would you also have considered the planned expansions of water treatment plant?
I'm not sure. Perhaps.
Perhaps, what would make the difference as to whether you considered whether the utility planned to expand its treatment capacity?
Well, I mean, obviously, potentially, if they had more treatment capacity, they could recover from a situation like this more quickly. But again, not knowing the whys and wherefores of what happened, it's impossible to say whether it was just a simple failure of a system that was a large failure, like a large water main break, that could have caused problems, or whether it was actually due to capacity issues. There's a whole spectrum of problems that could cause a conservation request.
Excuse me, Your Honor, could I ask that we go off the record and counsel approach the bench, or just confer with Your Honor before we move forward?
Let's go off the record for a moment.
Would you meet me up at the bench?
let's go back on the record. I understand that there's been some discussion about the entirety of the contents of what was provided to the witness. This document was never offered or admitted into evidence, and so therefore any further discussion beyond what was discussion occurred during direct is complete and we're done. Mr. LeVay, do you have any further redirect?
I do not, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm just going to make an offer to prove at this point, and I'm going to recount what we said off the record. So off the record, what I asked, first of all, what I advised the commission is as follows. The document that I placed before the witness, and that is labeled as CX1, was a copy of a news story, and it was not offered into evidence, but the witness testified at length to that news story. Then OUCC's counsel on redirect led the witness through the news story, had the witness read the news story into the record, at which point I realized that the copy that the witness had been given has a box at the bottom that appears blank. I have my copy of the news story where that box is filled in with the words, and this is for the offer to prove, officials blamed aging infrastructure, comma, drought-like conditions, and the extreme cold weather for their lack of water. That was the omitted portion. I asked whether we could either substitute the exhibit, which had not been offered, or could I please recross the witness? Because counsel for the OUCC had made the point that the news article doesn't explain why the conservation request occurred, when in reality, the news article does in fact give the reason. So I want the record to have a full and complete reflection of the facts that were in the news story, which I would like to ask the witness questions about on redirect. So that is my offer to prove. Thank you.
Your Honor, is it appropriate for me to respond?
Yes.
The offer to prove. I want to clarify for the record that the story that the witness had was the story that he read, that I asked him to read in its entirety, and the witness has not had answered questions on that additional language that's in that story that is now being offered to prove. And if I am not unclear, you are also, the petitioner is also asking for the opportunity to reopen cross on that exhibit and offer that exhibit, which again, we would object to. Your Honor, I don't know if that was unclear, but, and if I may ask the petitioner to advise whether the offer of proof includes a request to open cross-examination again, or merely to amend the document that was used for cross-examination.
Your Honor, the request was to allow me to recross on the document. So what I would do, if permitted, would be to put the full document in front of the witness and ask him a question on that omitted sentence.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Seals. You may be excused. Let's go off the record.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go back on the record. Mr. LeVay, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The UC would call James Parks. Would you state your name for the record, please?
James T. Parks.
Who do you work for, Mr. Parks?
The Office of Utility Consumer Counselor.
What's your job title?
I'm a senior analyst.
Okay. Are you a professional engineer?
I am.
Okay. Do you have what's been marked as Public's Exhibit Number 4, which is your testimony filed on April 3rd, 2025? Are there any changes that you would need to make to your testimony today?
No.
Okay. Do you adopt Public Exhibit Number 4, including attachments, as your testimony today?
I do.
Your Honor, the OECC would offer Public Exhibit Number 4, the testimony of James T. Parks.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Then Public's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is tendered for cross-examination.
Ms. Schultz.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Parks.
Good afternoon.
Your testimony indicates that at page 5, lines 13 and 14, gives us a background of when Anderson last came in for a request to adjust rates. Would you agree with me that Anderson last filed for a rate adjustment in 2014?
That's correct.
And the test year that Anderson used in 2014 was the 12 months ended 12/31 of 13.
I don't know that.
Okay. And rates were approved March 4th of 2015.
That's correct.
Okay. You, in addition to thoroughly reviewing the information that you detail at page 3 of your testimony, you visited the utility, correct?
Yes, I've been there twice.
You even looked back at testimony from 35 years ago, right?
I looked back 1977, further back.
If you'll turn to page 23, lines 15 through 18, you reference testimony from Anderson's water superintendent from 1990, correct?
That's correct.
And you say there in that segment of your testimony that the petitioner's witness, Thomas Brewer, water utility superintendent, testified that due to the lack of valve maintenance, approximately 40% of the valves were either lost, inaccessible, or broken. This caused a lack of control and problems isolating or controlling water losses from main breaks. Do you see that?
Yes.
Could you turn to your attachment JTP5 where you include Mr. Brewer's testimony?
Okay.
Could you find me where in that testimony Mr. Brewer talks about water losses? Does he mention that ever?
It'll take me a minute to read.
Sure, take your time.
Your specific question is about water losses?
Where does he mention water loss?
Well, you read through, it's in page 4 of 4. It's the third paragraph down. It talks about the problems become apparent when they can't isolate or control bad breaks. And what that means is you can't shut the flow off in order to make the main break repair. In fact, I witnessed that firsthand in 2014 when we did a site visit. They had lost, they had a massive water main break. in the middle of a major street. I forget which one it was. It's on the north side. And they couldn't find valves to shut the flow off onto them. And so you just wash the street out. And so you go to the first set of valves and you try to close them to shut the flow. And that doesn't work. You got to go out, the next block's over. And so they ended up emptying the tank there on the north side of the city. So that's, I guess my statement would be, from what I observed and what I know, if you can't shut the flow off and you got a break, it's leaving your system. That's a water loss. And it's major. It'll be millions of gallons, potentially. I don't know how big that one was, but as I understood, they emptied that tank in 2014.
Mr. Parks, I'm looking for a yes or no answer, and the question is, would you agree that the phrase water loss is not in Mr. Brewer's testimony?
Well, it's implied by his statement about you can't control on a main break. What does control on a main break mean? Control means stopping the flow. If you don't stop the flow, that's a water loss.
Your
That's
Honor.
That's the whole purpose of it. I'm sorry.
Sorry. I'm going to move to strike the answer. I asked for a yes or no, and I got 5 paragraphs.
Respectfully, I would say it's not a
Parks,
yes or no.
Parks.
There's the
And I will, Mr. LeVay, do you have any response?
Yeah, Your Honor, I think there was an answer in there. And the question pending was,
It's a yes or no question. Is it true that nowhere in Mr. Brewer's testimony does he mention the phrase water loss?
I think his response was that it was implied, so I think he did answer the question, and then he provided an explanation. We've had a lot of that this morning.
Yes, he did. I'm not going to move to strike his response. However, Mr. Parks, you need to listen to the question and respond based on the question, and limit your response to that. Your counsel has redirect, and if there's something he feels needs to be brought out, he will do that. So you need to listen to Ms. Schultz's question and respond to her question. Okay? Thank you.
Mr. Park, based on your thorough review, you recommend that Anderson keep in service its Wheeler plant that is 50 years old?
Well, they don't have a backup for it. It's going to take some time.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike. I'm going to ask a question that calls for a yes or no. This will go a lot more quickly if we can handle the questions in that fashion, because the witness's counsel has an opportunity to draw out color on a question if counsel so desires.
And I'll grant that motion to strike. Mr. Parks, listen to the question, please.
Restate your question.
Based on your thorough review, you recommend that Anderson keep in service its Wheeler plant that is 50 years old, correct?
That's correct.
You disagree that Anderson needs the Southside treatment plant, correct?
That's correct.
And you believe that Anderson should focus on remediating its lost water, correct?
Yes, as an initial step.
Would you agree with me that in the 2015 IURC order approving the settlement agreement between Anderson and the OUCC, Anderson agreed to a $760,000 study for a hydrogeological study for a new well field?
Your Honor, I'm not objecting to the question, but I would ask that this document, which is already in evidence, be put in front of the witness.
Yes, please, sorry. Please, could we please ask the court reporter to place OUCC cross-examination Exhibit 3 in front of the witness?
Let's go off the record. Let's go back on the record.
Mr. Parks, could you please turn to page 6 of the IURC order that is OUCC cross-examination Exhibit 3?
Okay, I'm there.
Thank you. Would you agree that in the 6th line down on the first paragraph, it's referencing Mr. Bell, and it says, he noted that Anderson estimated it would cost a total of $760,000 for 3 separate engineering studies, including a hydrogeological study for a new well field at $460,000, a water resources alternative study for $100,000, and a hydraulic model of distribution system at $200,000.
That's correct.
Mr. Parks, on page 30, line 15 of your testimony, you include your recommendations. I'll let you get there, and then we can go from there.
Okay, I'm there.
Your recommendations include several steps, one of which is a water loss action plan within 2 years, correct?
That's correct.
And then you recommend that if and when additional capacity is needed, that Anderson conduct a life cycle cost benefit analysis of available alternatives for the Southside Water Treatment Plant. Is that correct?
That's also correct.
How much time should Anderson give the water loss remediation efforts before switching to adding a water source?
Well, they have, the Wheeler plant is in compliance with all the standards. It can remain in production. They have an additional 2 years to study the PFAS. They have 2 years to implement a change if they have to. And there's a proposal on in Washington right now to extend that another 2 years. So that would be 6 years. So they would have 2 plants like they do now, potentially for up to 6 years.
Under your recommendation, Anderson would have to then reevaluate the Southside Water Treatment Plant and duplicate the efforts that it made in this case, correct?
Well, I don't know what efforts have been made as far as a cost analysis. There's nothing in the record about that. That has to be done no matter what. So I don't believe it's duplicating it.
Well, would you agree that Anderson has at least analyzed adding those Southside Water Treatment Plant, and the professional engineering report has recommendations supporting that action?
Yes, it's in the PER.
And wouldn't that analysis need to be redone if we follow your recommendations?
Well, I make other recommendations, not just that one. So they made a lot of mistakes on their water demand forecast. And I say those should be corrected. You want to get in alignment how much water you have to produce. And by letting the water projects be completed, you'll see how much water loss you can reduce. So there's a combination of things here.
Your Honor, I'll move to strike that response. The question was, wouldn't Anderson have to duplicate those efforts? I got a narrative. I never got an answer.
Well, Your Honor, the question was a little more complicated than that, and it included an assumption that Mr. Parks was clarifying and addressing.
And I agree, I'm going to overrule the objection.
Mr. Parks, you did not evaluate the impact of having emergencies in making your recommendation, did you?
A specific emergency, like a fire?
Any emergency?
No, and I don't believe anybody else has included anything.
Mr. Parks, if the PFAS that is presently detected in the wells spreads, will that not adversely affect your recommendation?
It would depend if they've taken Rainy 4 off, as I understand it. That's the highest concentration, and they're meeting their limits. So they would just have to keep monitoring that. And I don't know that there's anything in evidence talking about the spread of PFAS and how much it's doing. I don't know if that's been evaluated. There's something in rebuttal, but I don't know if there's anything in the evidence that quantifies any of that.
Could I go off the record, Your Honor?
Let's go off the record for a moment.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go back on the record.
Mr. Parks, were you in the hearing room earlier today when there was a discussion during Mr. Seal's testimony regarding a news story about conservation?
I was, yes.
Were you aware that Anderson had previously instructed its customers to conserve water?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, could I please approach?
For a moment. Let's go back on the record.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, do you have in front of you what's been marked for identification purposes as cross-examination Exhibit 2?
I do.
Could you please identify that document?
It's a news article from December 30th, 2022. It's titled, Anderson Water Levels Return to Normal After Conservation Request.
To your knowledge, and I know you did not have this document in your possession when Mr. Seals was testifying, but does this appear to be of the same subject matter that discussion covered?
Yeah, I think isn't it the same document except it didn't have that paragraph?
Correct. Could you please read the final paragraph on this page?
Officials blamed aging infrastructure, drought-like conditions, and the extreme cold weather for their lack of water.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, had you known about the efforts to conserve that were necessary in 2022, would that have changed any of your recommendations in this proceeding?
Are you asking, if I had this document right here, would that have changed?
Yes.
No, there's not enough information to figure out what the problem is.
Do you think you would have investigated more?
Investigated this?
If you had this document, do you think you would have investigated more to find the information that you just said was lacking?
Well, we generally don't get involved in like a conservation, a drought management. We periodically have droughts, and you have to ask potentially for people to conserve. Don't wash your car. Don't water your lawn. Don't wash your sidewalk and driveway with water. I mean, those are normal things. The alternative is you build extra capacity and you build extra tanks. You know, so it's a balance of costs. And I don't know what caused this. If they had a lot of water main breaks, a big water main break would take down your towers. They only have 6 in the air, 6.5. You know, you can easily lose 1 million gallons in a break. I don't know what caused this, but generally in cases, we don't have the luxury of a lot of time to run everything down like this.
Mr. Parks, could we please turn to page 25 of your testimony? Do you see line 12 where you say IDEM considers water utilities with lost water rates between 10% and 20% to be at risk? Utilities that exceed a lost water percentage of 25% have a significant deficiency that must be addressed.
I see that, yes.
In your mind, what does, you have capitalized the phrase significant deficiency. What does that mean?
It's a EPA standard. The IDEM enforces it. It's when they come and do a sanitary survey, when they inspect your facility. So that's one of the things they're looking for.
So are you aware of a situation in Anderson where a Starbucks requested service and was denied initially by IDEM?
Well, I've heard about it. I haven't seen anything in writing about it that described what that issue was.
Are you aware that in that scenario, once Anderson advised IDEM that it was constructing new supply, that Starbucks was then allowed to be built?
Your Honor, the witness said he doesn't know the facts of the case, and now petitioner's counsel is explaining the facts in the case. It's essentially testifying. So I moved to, objecting to the question and moved to strike it.
Your Honor, the witness testified that he had heard of it, and I asked a question, was he aware of certain facts, which he can say no if he isn't aware.
And if I may reply, those facts have not been established. The statements of counsel is not evidence.
And I'll overrule the objection. He can respond as to whether he knows those facts or not.
Would you like the question read back?
Yes, yes.
Could we have the question read back? There you go. You can,
I think she said expansion.
read it again. Expanding its water supply.
Yeah, I don't have anything specific on that, but if you're talking about sewer or water early notifications or about a connection ban, if that's where you're going with it, I mean, there's rules on that. But,
No,
but I don't know the particulars about the conversation between IDEM and Anderson.
do you have any reason to disbelieve that IDEM would allow a new connection for Anderson if Anderson demonstrates that new supply is coming online?
I think, Your Honor, the witness says he doesn't know the facts of this case. Again, this is testifying, and the witness says he doesn't know.
I'm going to overrule the objection. He can respond if he knows what IDEM would do.
Are you talking about the expansion of the Lafayette plant? The 6 million gallons a day extra there? Is that the expansion that was talked about?
Your Honor, I would just ask that the question be read back.
think under those rules, that's one of the things you can say. You can either say, I'm dropping, reducing water losses, I'm bringing on capacity, be it a well or a treatment plant. I'm interconnecting, getting supply, I'm purchasing water from somewhere else. In other words, that you can provide that capacity. There's multiple ways to do it.
Mr. Parks, could we please turn to page 27 of your testimony? Do you see at line 6 through 11? You are asked what you are recommending regarding PFAS at the Wheeler Water Treatment Plant. Do you see that passage?
Yes.
Is it correct that under your recommendation, Anderson will either need to, A, construct a PFAS removal system, or B, find a new source of supply?
Well, for the 6 years, like I indicated earlier, you have about a 6-year period, it looks like, to study it and figure out what needs to be done. But activated carbon system could be put in, that treatment could be put in,
Your Honor?
or you could build another supply.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to strike. The question asked, isn't it true your testimony gave Anderson 2 options? Calls for a yes or no. Not only did he not answer yes or no, he didn't answer the question.
And I'll sustain the objection.
It does say that. Additional 2 years of design and construct a PFAS removal system, or find a new source of supply.
Mr. Parks, would you agree that Anderson does not have sufficient revenue to pay those costs with the revenues that the OUCC is recommending be approved in this proceeding?
To pay which costs?
The costs of either constructing a PFAS removal system or finding a new source of supply?
I don't understand your question.
Mr. Parks, the OUCC has recommended a certain amount of revenue requirement in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know for what reasons the revenue requirement that is recommended by the OUCC are permitted? Let's strike that. Let me re-ask the question. That was a terrible question. When the OUCC recommends a revenue requirement for Anderson in this case, isn't it true that the OUCC specifies the reasons for the expenditures represented by that revenue requirement?
Right, and I recommend that funding for the Southside Water Treatment Plant be denied.
Correct. But you also recommend that either Anderson construct a PFAS removal system. So let's start there. Does the OUCC authorize or recommend any funding for Anderson to construct a PFAS removal system?
No, and I think it's premature to do that.
And what about for finding a new source of supply? Does the OUCC recommend a revenue requirement in this case for those efforts?
As an alternative to the Southside plant?
In any way, shape, or form?
Yeah, we just recommend not building the Southside plant and dropping that revenue requirement.
So we'll try it again. This calls for a yes or no. Does the OUCC recommend that Anderson receive in its revenue requirement funding to find a new source of supply?
No, we recommend not doing that.
Would you agree, Mr. Parks, that in order to get that funding, if the OUCC's recommendations are adopted, Anderson would have to come back for another rate case to get that funding?
That's true.
Mr. Parks, do you know how long it takes for a public utility to gain the property owner's right of entry?
I imagine it varies. I do not know, though.
Do you know how long it takes a utility to obtain a permit for developing new water supply?
I don't have an exact number. I've never seen anything that says, here's the average, but I imagine it can vary a year, 2 years.
And do you have any idea how long it takes a municipal utility to navigate the complexity of working with the city's political system to achieve approval to seek a rate increase?
Yeah, I haven't addressed that in my testimony.
Do you have any knowledge of that?
Well, I was a consulting engineer, and I've worked with boards and, and municipal clients, and it can take some time.
Did you read the customer comments that have been offered into evidence in this case?
I've read some of them, yes.
Did you see the comments talking about people concerned about the impact on a private well of Anderson's activities?
Are you talking about the ones on the south side near the new treatment plant?
I'm talking about any comments, regardless of where they are, where a customer expressed concern about the impact on its private well of Anderson's activities.
As I recall, several of the letters that was in our exhibit talked about their concern that their wells would run dry.
And isn't it true, Mr. Parks, that by following your recommendation, which would continue the use of a PFAS-infected well, that could put strain on the system that further impacts private wells?
I don't know that I agree with that, no.
Are you saying that that's not possible?
I don't think they're using that PFAS-infected well. They've taken Rainy 4 off. The others have minor amounts. I think they've taken the highest contaminated well off. I believe that's right, Rainy 4. It's not being used.
Mr. Parks, when you say they have minor contamination, what does minor mean to you?
It complies with the maximum contaminant level, the limit set by the EPA back in April of last year.
So referencing back to the testimony we heard earlier today, that's just less than 4?
Less than 4 parts per trillion.
If the well is at 3.5, you think they're just fine to continue using it because they're under 4? Is that what you're saying?
They have other wells that have 5 of their 8 wells do not have any PFAS. You just blend it, right? That's what's being done now, and they're in compliance.
Is using a well that's at 3.5 going to have an impact at some point on the private wells?
I don't know that I have any information about that. I don't have any knowledge about the local wells.
Yes, let's go off the record for a moment.
Ready.
Let's go back on the record.
Mr. Parks, are you testifying that there are 5 wells that have no contamination whatsoever?
I've looked at the Phase 3 sampling results that were done by IDEM. I don't know if Anderson has additional sampling they've been doing. Under the regs, they have 3 years to sample and test, so maybe they've got other information. But the information that I have available to me was Phase 3 sampling round, and 5 of the 8 wells did not have PFAS. It's my understanding.
Are they Superfund sites?
Superfund sites for PFAS?
Yes.
It would not, PFAS would not be Superfund sites, I don't think.
What about the presence of VOCs?
Well, the VOC issue has been around since 1992. It was first detected, and they put in air strippers in 1999, and they've been in full compliance, as I understand, for VOCs. That's a common treatment technique, by the way. Indianapolis does it over here on 38th Street.
One more moment. Yes, let's go off the record for one more moment.
All cap, no, all caps. PS.
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Perfluoroalkyl substances, PFAS.
Let's go back on the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect, Mr. LeVay?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Parks, there were some questions about complaints about wells running dry, individuals' wells running dry.
Right.
Do you know if those complaints were on the north side or the south side?
Well, the complaints, as I understood, that came in on this case were a lot of South Side people were fearful their wells would be impacted by the city's wells, just because of the capacity of this.
Are you talking about if there are wells built on the south side? They were concerned about that?
If the new water treatment plant's on the south side, there's 4 new wells come with that, and they're high-capacity wells. So there was some concern by those citizens, but I also understand there's some wells, and I think it was in Mr. McKee's testimony, some wells on the north side that are shallow. They've run dry with some of the pumping. They're in an upper aquifer. It's like my well at my house is a shallow well. And if you put in a deeper well and you pull a lot of water and the aquifers are connected, you'll drain that one on the top.
With the page 27 of 33 of your testimony, would you go there?
Okay?
It was about the recommendation regarding PFAS and the Wheeler wastewater treatment plant. First of all, you were asked to look at where it says petitioner has 2 more years to analyze the well water for PFAS and an additional 2 years to design and construct a PFAS removal system for the Wheeler wastewater treatment plant or find a new source of supply. Is the 2 years plus 2 years, have there been any changes that you're aware of as to whether that continues to be the expected time frame?
Yeah, the American Water Works Association has sued on that. They say there's not enough time to implement those changes in 2 years. It's too short of a time. So there's pending lawsuits. The AWWA, and there's some industry group too that's suing. And so EPA has announced they're going to reopen for rulemaking. And their proposal is to drop some of the limits for some of the compounds. PFAS is like 3,000 compounds, or I don't know, 10,000 compounds. There's a lot of them. And they're contemplating giving an additional 2 years to build something. So we're in the period now that people should be analyzing what they have, and they're given 3 years to do that. We've already gone through 1 year, but the proposal may be 4 years to get that built, something put in place, and it may be you move the wells.
Okay. Well, when you talk about a new source of supply in your statement, that the two options are to construct a PFAS removal system for the Wheeler wastewater treatment plant or find a new source of supply, are you referring to a new source of supply at Wheeler or at Lafayette or at either?
Well, it could be at Wheeler. There's other areas they could sink wells. I don't know that anyone has looked at that, but that's potential. They could sink new wells in that area.
But were you also referring to Lafayette as well, as far as a
No,
new source of supply?
the PFAS, as I understand, only pertains to Wheeler Water Treatment Plant.
No, but the question was, so you're talking about, okay, just the PFAS at Wheeler. So you're looking at Wheeler for purposes of this statement. Are you looking at overall the system as a whole?
Well, the Lafayette plant, they're expanding that by another 6 million gallons a day. So, that's what we're saying, that's a large capacity increase. That's equivalent to the South Side Water Treatment Plant. So there's more capacity there, and we're saying, hey, get your lost water under control, drop that. That's a way to reduce demand, right? Because you're trying to come at it both ways, trying to stop how much you're wasting and just losing, right? And then that'll decrease your demand, and that helps a lot of things, not just on that, but so it's multi-pronged, trying to solve this problem.
There was a suggestion or a line of questions about that Anderson would have to come back for a rate case to construct a PFAS removal system for the Wheeler wastewater treatment plant or find a new source of supply. First of all, what would a PFAS removal system be? Can you give an example of that?
Well, a lot of them are granular activated carbon.
So that would be installing a filter?
Yeah, filters, canisters. So Martinsville is contaminated with dry cleaning solvents, and they have, EPA funded it, actually. It was a Superfund site in Martinsville, and they paid to put in those granular activated carbon system. And they have the wells in the same area. Pumping goes through the treatment. And
When the OUCC recommends a level of E&R, cash money to fund capital improvements and replacements and the like, does the OUCC, is the utility limited to doing only the projects that they said they were going to do? Let me rephrase that. If Anderson were to reallocate some of its E&R money to look into finding a new source of supply at Wheeler or construct a PFAS removal system, is that something that the OUCC would say, hey, you violated the order?
Objection, Your Honor, on two grounds. Number one, it's a leading question. Number two, it calls for speculation. Would the OUCC do A, B, C, or D?
I'll withdraw the question. How many years have you worked at the OUCC?
since 2014.
Have there ever been circumstances where a utility was given money for working capital, and they came in for their next rate case, and they had used that working capital for not working capital, I'm sorry. Let me take a third try at this question. Have there been any situations in the OUCC, in your time with the OUCC, where a municipal utility or a not-for-profit utility who was given E&R funds for specified purposes that they described in their case, and they came in for rates, and it turns out they had used those funds for other needs that were considered appropriate, and did the OUCC have a problem with them doing that?
Objection, leading.
I'm asking a question, Your Honor, and the question can be yes, it can be no, and he can tell us what the answer is.
I'm going to sustain the objection. It's a hypothetical question. Dan, would you like to re-ask or rephrase your question?
In your experience, have there been any instances where the OUCC has received a new rate case where it turns out that that utility didn't do all the things that they said they were going to do with their ENR monies. They did something else.
Yes.
Okay? And is that always a problem in those instances that you can recall?
We've had cases, well, in Anderson's case, you guys put in the booster station at Fairview Tank, and that wasn't in the last rate case. The Park Tower, the 2 million gallon tower serving the Nestle, that wasn't in any case. So there's money in the revenue requirement, and then the city or the utility may prioritize something different. You know, may decide not to do what they were going to spend it on, what it was justified for, and end up spending it on something different.
Would you?
Usually there's not much we can do at that point because it's built, right? But we have had issues with utilities that come back and ask for money, kind of for the same thing, you know? So what we like to see is a plan, and then funds to do the plan, and then execute the plan. Get control of the situation and, you know, keep on top of it. That's what we want to see. That's what we ask in our discovery questions and what we want to see in the cases.
Well, what's your response to the implicit criticism is that we're telling them what you recommend to do with PFAS at the Wheeler wastewater treatment plant, but we're not giving funds for that. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, I would say all of this is premature. It's 6 years out, and I understand maybe they're more anxious and want to pull the trigger now and do this. But we're saying let these $71 million worth of water main projects be constructed and see how much that drops your demand. You know, they have the leak detection system. Let's find and fix those leaks. And I did a scenario. I took it from 39% water loss. I said, let's try to get to 30% water loss by 2042, 18 years. Let's drop it 9%. We're still above IDEM and EPA significant deficiency of 25% and well above the commission's kind of informal standard of 15% water loss. Let's try to get that down. That reduces the demand. That makes it so they don't have to pump as much from their aquifer. The concern about pulling in contamination, let's drop that demand. Let's go after that first. And I point out in my testimony, this isn't a new problem. This has been around for 50 years.
There was some questions about needing to repeat effort if the utility had to come back for its next rate case and get for the Southside treatment plant, if it was determined that that was the thing to do 5 years from now or more. Do you know, has a site for the Southside wastewater treatment plant been determined at this point?
I don't know that they have a site yet. I think they have several in mind, but in my testimony I say the design, they haven't done the design, they don't have the property. The PER indicates that they will have to buy that land, but they don't know where it is yet. They've got a cost estimate for the raw water main because they don't know where the wells are and where the plant is. That cost has got a large contingency in it. And the transmission main to get it to distribution, because they don't know the locations, has got high contingencies.
Are you aware of any costs wasted by having this plant deferred where they could not pick it up where they left off?
There's some expense because you got to pick it back up and, you know, get back to where you were. But no, I don't think they've done the life cycle cost analysis, any of that stuff. That is yet to be done. The design is yet to be done. The permitting is yet to be done. Getting easements for all this, the lines and the wells. I don't know if they're buying the property that the wells are going on or if they're just getting an easement, a permanent easement to put those wells there. There's a lot of unknowns, and I say that in my testimony. I said, there's a lot of unknowns about that Southside water treatment plant.
The document that you were provided regarding the article, reading that article today, would your testimony be different? Or your recommendations be different?
Well, it's a newspaper article, and it's got 4 paragraphs. So there's, I don't know how bad of a problem this was. There's just no information. So the question, would we dig into this? Would we run this to ground? And I would say every utility has issues with potentially, particularly during drought conditions. Everybody, remember that? Remember the drought we had in 2010, 2012? Everybody had to have a drought plan, right? And everybody was scrambling for water. So this is December, so typically people aren't watering their lawn or washing their car. I don't know what this is, actually.
There was some discussion about Starbucks and a connection. And what was your understanding from what opposing counsel was saying as the cause of, the inability to connect Starbucks? Do you understand what that cause was?
Well, they were indicating there's a connection ban, that their capacity is approaching a limit, where IDEM gets involved. And as I understand the rules for getting a permit, almost because of budget constraints and staffing resources, IDEM just has a streamlined process. Just issues the permit if, a main extension, you want to serve somebody. If you're adding a person on an existing line and there's an empty lot there, I don't even think there's anything for that. But a main extension, you have to show you can get the water to them. And you have to show that you're not going to drop the pressures on everybody around them, right? You want to keep adding pipe on the end of your line, and you've got to show water can get there and you're not going to impact people. So, and there's a streamlined process for that. Once you get up this capacity issue, once you get up to 90%, they can send you a letter and say, hey, what are you doing? And from the conversation I took, that they just said, we're expanding. So Lafayette plant's being expanded, 6 million gallons a day. So that would take care of that. So IDEM just lets you know before you're at 100%. They say, hey, you're at 90, and we're going to look at this case by case.
Are you still permitted to do the fast track or the
Streamline?
streamline?
No, it kicks you into that other, it's, there's a form, that you got to fill out.
And who fills out the form? Is it the utility or is it the?
It'd be, probably the engineer would do it, whoever wants to do that. I don't know if the city is in the habit of filling out the form, or if the consultant who wants to build the Starbucks, right? And he's getting information from the city. I don't know how they handle it at Anderson.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. You may be excused. Let's go off the record for a moment. Let's go back on the record. Anything further from the public?
No, Your Honor, the public rests.
Thank you. Have the parties discussed whether they want to submit proposed orders in the schedule on which they're going to do so?
We have not discussed it, Your Honor, because I was going to ask about timing for a transcript.
Let's go off the record for a moment. Okay. Let's discuss submission of proposed orders and
That's no problem. I'm not.
What'd you say?
June 11th.
I just wanted to say, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Dan, if she gets it to us June 11th, and I don't know, do you want to do simultaneous, or do you want to do 1, 2, 3? Okay. So we can do ours maybe Friday, June 27th. And then how much time would you like? That is a very good question. I think we did. I should probably look at that. Sorry. Jacob, take a look and see. I don't see the 300 day. Okay, so let's assume you do July 22nd. So that's, yeah, we'd probably do August. Yeah. Oh, I'll be darned. No chance you'd go up just a skosh from July 22nd? Could you do like the 18th? June, I'm sorry, yeah, June 27th. And then July 31 for my reply. Is that okay?
Okay, let's go back on the record. The parties have discussed a proposed procedural schedule. Ms. Schultz, can you read that into the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Petitioner will file its proposed order on or before June 27th. The OUCC will file its exceptions on or before July 22nd, and the petitioner will file its reply on or before July 31st. And just, Your Honor helped me refresh my recollection that we, in the procedural schedule, had indicated that the day 300 is September 30th.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
Thank you.